Hello, everybody. Welcome to the August 2nd, 2023 Orange County Board of Education meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and for the benefit of the record, we are in session. Daru, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Barkey? Here. Trustee Williams?
I'm present.
Trustee Shaw?
Here.
Trustee Sparks?
Here.
Trustee Valdez?
Here.
Thank you. So we will proceed to adoption of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passed unanimously. On to the minutes. We have minutes for June 1st and July 5th meeting.
21st. So moved. Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, passes unanimously. So public comments. Nina, are there public comments related to closed session items?
There are none.
Very good. So the board will proceed to closed session to conduct student appeal hearings at this time. Do I need to read this part out?
Followed by.
Oh, I'm sorry. Followed by closed session items 1 through 5. All right. Good evening, everybody. Welcome. Glad to see you all here. We're going to come back into our public session. So as we begin, we will begin with an invocation, which will be given by Sarah Bach, and that will be followed by a Pledge of Allegiance led by Patty Kabata, forgive me. Sorry about that. All right, Sarah. Yeah. Do we have this mic active? You can go ahead and use that. Yes. We can also use, yeah. We're making a change here. We've kind of moved our podium over there. It's a little easier for us to kind of see the speakers, so maybe we'll just have you go back there. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you, President Shaw, for the opportunity and Board of Trustees this evening to give the invocation. May we all bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you in reverence for the meeting this evening with the Orange County Board of Trustees. We ask for your guidance and ask that patience and thoughtfulness is given to each and every one of us in our hearts this evening as we come before the board with our presentations, comments, and suggestions. And we have faith that you will guide the Orange County Board of Trustees this evening in all of their decisions. Thank you. Amen.
Can you please stand up to salute the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. I would like to ask our general counsel if he has a report out of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the board. The closed session for August 2, 2023. The board heard information from council on 4 items, item 1, item 2, item 3, and item 4 of existing litigation, and no action was taken on any item.
Very good. Thank you for that. We're going to go a little bit off script. I would like to call on Trustee Barkey.
Thank you. If you'll just indulge me for a minute, I want to start a new tradition here at the Orange County Board of Education, and that is that the past president hands over a gavel to the new president at the end of her term, his or her term, if they are a good president. And I thought Lisa was an excellent president, and I thought she should have a token from us as a memory for that. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Very cute. Thank you. I'm honored.
Now, see, if you try to hit me during the meeting, I'm going to hit you right back.
Right? I know, but I've got a pretty good arm, so.
And it has her name and the year on
That's so
it
cool.
engraved.
You'll have to come check it out. Yeah, thank you, Mary. That was really very kind. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you, Mary. And thank you, Lisa, for your great year of service as president this last year. Nina, do we have any introductions this evening?
I do have one introduction this evening. On behalf of the superintendent, it's my pleasure to introduce to the board Dr. Sonia Llamas, Associate Superintendent, Educational Services, who is replacing Dr. Christine Olmstad. Dr. Llamas, would you please stand? I'd like to tell the board a little bit about you. Dr. Sonia Llamas began her career as a social worker before joining the Los Angeles Unified School District as a counselor in 2000. She served at all levels from kindergarten through grade 12 before becoming LAUSD's Administrator of Student Service Programs from 2007 through 2009. In 2009, Dr. Llamas was named the Pasadena Unified School District's Director of Child Welfare and Educational Options. And in 2012, she was hired as Director of School Climate in the Santa Ana Unified School District. Since September 2017, she has held the position of Assistant Superintendent of K-12 School Performance and Culture. At the district level, Dr. Llamas has been responsible for overseeing research and evaluation, college and career readiness, counseling, expanded learning, student support services, parent engagement, charter school oversight, development of the local control and accountability plan, and grants. A licensed clinical social worker, Dr. Llamas earned her bachelor's degree in social welfare from UC Berkeley and her master's degree in social work from California State University, Long Beach. She also holds a doctorate in educational leadership with a concentration in educational psychology from the University of Southern California. Dr. Llamas and her husband of 19 years currently live in Anaheim with 3 sons who attend public schools. Along with spending quality time with her family, she enjoys hiking, softball, and soccer, traveling to other countries, and indulging in her love for reading, movies, and the arts. Dr. Llamas began serving in her position with the department on July 3rd and hit the ground running. She is a committed and inspirational leader, which has already been reflected in the work she is doing with her division teams. We are excited that Dr. Llamas has joined our OCDE family. And when I asked her what one word or phrase best describes her, naturally she could answer that like most people. But we did get around to the fact that her focus is always students first, and all her decisions are based on what their impact to students might be. She's also very service-driven, and she exemplifies a tremendous work ethic. We've seen what she did in her previous positions, and again, we're just really excited to have her on board. So, Dr. Llamas.
All right. Welcome. The United States was playing at midnight our time because they're in New Zealand, the soccer game, and my wife made me watch it live. So from midnight to about 2 a.m., I'm still, but anyway, glad to have another soccer fan out there, and welcome, and I'm sure you'll do great, and excited to have you. All right, so we will proceed to public comments. Dr. Sparks, how are we looking?
Yes, hello. Okay, we have, I believe, about 12 public comments, and then we have a few public comments related to specific items a little bit later. So we'll allow 3 minutes for each comment. That'll bring us to just a little over 30 minutes. Oh, one more. Okay, 13. All right, so I'm going to call each name, and then I'll call the second name so you can kind of queue up. And I believe we're going to be standing over here. Am I correct? Yes. The same place as before. Okay, so first up we have Mai Nguyen. Am I saying your name right? Me. Okay, Me Nguyen. And then on deck is Priscilla Cordero.
Thank you again for checking how to pronounce my name. I appreciate that. But hello, my name is May, and I'm with VROC. I'm here again today to share my experience and understanding of what accountability is. During my previous comment, I noticed that 3 of you were on your phones. When I pointed it out, one of you mentioned that you were fact-checking. It has been over a month now, and I'm wondering if you have finished fact-checking the information that you looked up during my comment. As elected officials, your responsibility is not only to support all schools in the county, but also to be accountable to the community. It seems like you have failed to fulfill your main roles and responsibility. As of now, the actions or inactions of this board clearly conveyed a message that the Orange County Board of Education is not accountable to the community it serves and is acting in its own self-interest. This sends a disheartening signal: hate welcomes here. While compassion and empathy are valued qualities, I've learned that they can also become enabling. In the past few months, we have tried to be compassionate and understanding, acknowledging that you may not be experts on the LGBTQ+ community and may not have the opportunity to connect with us. However, As we have taken actions to reach out and provide understanding, I have realized that my understanding of where you stand is misplaced. This is my final message to you all. I hope that you can prove me wrong and demonstrate that you genuinely care about the LGBTQ community, especially students who goes to your school. Show me that your intentions are to serve and protect vulnerable students and not driven by a hate agenda. The future leaders, our youth, need to see that their future is also in the right hands. Today, the youth who are leading and is participating in our work will come forward to share their stories and message with you. I urge you to listen to them. You may not have to agree, but their voices are vital for carrying our communities forward. Thank you.
Priscilla Cordero is up, and then we have Alexandra Gates on deck.
Do I start? Okay. Hi, my name is Priscilla, and I am a student in Orange County, and I have always been. I understand you are endorsing AB 1314, but what I do not understand is why. Why are you endorsing something that is harmful to the students you are supposed to protect and serve? This will cause negative effects to those with unsupportive, transphobic, and homophobic families. 50% of all LGBTQ teens get a negative reaction from their parents when they tell them about their sexuality or gender. 1 in 4 students are forced to leave their homes, and 68% have experienced rejection from family. And if you're fact checking, you can do that after I'm done speaking. Schools are supposed to be a place where students can feel, are supposed to feel safe and express themselves and feel safe. A place where students should feel love and support for all students. Having the parents should know mindset is not realistic in this matter because not every parent is meant to be a parent. We demand you provide resources and support these students and stop endorsing a bill that will have nothing but a negative effect on the students. Spread love and not hate. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexandra is up, and on deck is Melissa Montes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexandra Gates, and I am a political science and ethnic studies student at Cal State Fullerton, and I'm also an intern with the ADI and VROC youth program. If it weren't already obvious, legislation that forces the outing of children without their consent strips them of the safe haven they feel at school, especially when that safety they seek is not found at home. The reality is, very few LGBTQ+ youth are fortunate enough to have a safe space at home, free from abuse and rejection about their gender identity and sexuality. I have been able to see firsthand how LGBTQ+ and trans friends of mine were able to thrive and grow as individuals because of the nurturing environment at school when they did not receive the same support at home. It can be seen that 82% of trans youth have considered suicide, and 42% of trans youth have attempted suicide. 58% of LGBTQ+ youth reported experiencing symptoms of depression, including over 2/3 of trans and non-binary youth. I fear these numbers will only rise with the endorsement of bills like AB 1314. With this data, how is it plausible to believe that this bill that the OCBE is endorsing is to protect our youth when it is evident that it will only negatively impact their mental health? It can also be seen in data from the Trevor Project that LGBTQ+ youth who found their school to be gender affirming had lower rates of suicide. Unfortunately, only 1/3 of LGBTQ+ youth found their home to be gender affirming. Forcing teachers and staff to police their own students erases these gender-affirming environments. Please do not roll your eyes at me when I'm speaking. Thank you. But forcing teachers and staff to police their students erases these gender-affirming environments that protect and nurture our youth. We ask that you rescind your endorsement of AB 1314 and begin conversations with community organizations on how you can all support the Orange County LGBTQ+ community. Protect LGBTQ+ youth in Orange County and protect the communities and students you were chosen to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa is up, and then on deck is Audrey Hinn.
Good afternoon. I stand here today as an ally to the LGBTQ+ community and as an intern for ADI and VROC, 2 nonprofit organizations advocating for immigrant and LGBTQ+ rights in Buena Park. I am here to address an issue of great importance. The topic at hand is AB 1314, a bill that is discriminatory towards trans and non-binary students. I urge the board to rescind their endorsement as it goes against the principles of inclusivity and protection that our schools should embody. As a graduate of the Anaheim Unified District, I have personally witnessed the consequences of falling through the gaps that exist within our district and our board of education. My educational journey highlighted the absence of a secure environment where I could openly share my distinct challenges stemming from having a parent with a mental illness. Numerous policies and prerequisites fail to acknowledge the diverse realities experienced by many students, and regrettably, this Board of Education does the same. In the present day, I observe my fellow peers as they embark on their journey of self-discovery. Each one carries their own distinct experiences and battles, yet they remain resolute in their mission. A remarkable number of them are actively contributing to our district, despite their own unmet needs throughout their educational endeavors. These dedicated individuals are committed to ensuring that the needs of others are fulfilled, whether it be through teaching our students, serving within our district, or actively creating safe spaces for the LGBTQ+ community. Our responsibility is clear. We must address the gaps that have led to the marginalization of the LGBTQ+ community, and we must also stand against policies designed to intensify these inequalities. As the Orange County Board of Education, it is your responsibility to engage in dialogue with our community to gain profound insight on challenges and needs faced by LGBTQ+ students. We continue to demand you prioritize inclusive initiatives centered on keeping the LGBTQ+ students safe and supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Audrey is up, and then Brianna Gonzalez is on deck.
My name is Audrey Hin, and I am a community member, former student of the Anaheim and Orange Unified School Districts, and a mental and behavioral health worker for students all over Orange County. Today, I'm speaking as a past student and think about the 12-year-old me who could have performed better in school had I known I had teachers and staff who will love me and encourage my learning journey, regardless of who I loved and how I identified. I think of my role as a future school psychologist and wanting to make sure that in the most critical years of their growth and identity development, I am able to be a trusting adult to my students in order to better support their mental wellness. As a community member, just like you, I want to make sure that our students thrive in a learning environment where they are equally safe, respected, and loved. And just like you, I want to ensure that we build our next generation of successful leaders. But I do not feel reassured because of the actions of the board. Endorsing 1314 is an attack on our trans and gender nonconforming students and sends a message to our LGBTQ+ youth that their lives do not matter. From last year's national survey from the Trevor Project, only 50% of LGBTQ+ students identify school as a reaffirming space. Without a safe space and welcoming space for all students to grow and explore their identities, a future of successful leaders cannot be guaranteed. As the current leaders of education, I urge you all to truly listen to the needs and stories of the community that you've been continuously ignoring in order to better understand how to support our LGBTQ+ students. We're already on the same page. We both want to see our students succeed. The next step is collaborating with the community to tackle the challenges our LGBTQ+ students face and prioritizing initiatives and policies that promote safety and inclusion so that all of our students not only succeed, but truly thrive in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna's next, and Lorenzo is on deck.
Hello, my name is Brianna Gonzalez, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm a recent UCI graduate and a current VROC and Audie Bloom youth intern. I'm here today as a future educator and academic counselor to keep the Orange County Board of Education accountable for their life-threatening beliefs which target trans and non-binary youth. By endorsing AB 1314, you all contribute to a space where LGBTQ+ students can no longer express themselves or create inclusive communities in school, which are vital. How can LGBTQ+ youth learn, grow, and develop and explore if their educators are outing these students and should prioritize their identities and safety? How can students continue to create essential connections from young ages with their school communities if they cannot be their authentic self safely? LGBTQ plus students deserve to keep their autonomy to share their identities with their families and communities, and where they know they'll be safe and supported, or if they can even share their identities at all. Understand how your actions lead to fatal consequences, such as severe anxiety, depression, and even suicide. Just this past year, 14% LGBTQ plus youth attempted suicide in the past year, including nearly 1 in 5 transgender and non-binary youth. According to the Trevor Project, I demand that you reconsider your decisions and rescind the endorsement of anti-trans LGBTQ plus legislation, AB 1314, and speak with our organizations and learn how to better support our youth and future generations, which are vital. Thank you for your time.
Lorenzo is up, and then Demetrius or Demetrius? Am I saying your name right? Demetrius is next.
Hello, my name is Lorenzo, and I'm here as a recent college graduate of Cal State Fullerton, and I'm also here representing VROC and ARI along with my peers. I'm here to express my disapproval of the endorsement of AB 1314, a bill that would forcibly out our LGBTQ plus students without their consent. Over the course of my college career, I've had the opportunity of working with and befriending many people who identify with being LGBTQ plus. And with that, I've learned about their experience as queer people and the trauma that they had to endure during their childhood. I've heard their stories of experiencing physical and mental abuse, fear, chronic stress, and alienation at the hands of people that should be protecting their children, not harming them. All because of their queer identity, something that is out of their control. I've learned about long-term effects that this trauma has had on them as they suffer from long-term physical and mental health problems that have affected their schooling and livelihood. AB 1314 is simply another way to instill fear into an already vulnerable community or group of people. Children who are only starting their life journey. If your ultimate goal is to protect our children and provide them with a safe environment in which they can thrive and succeed, then you are failing. This bill won't erase queerness. It won't stop your children from being queer. All it does is expose them to potential harm from families who may not accept them for something that, again, they cannot control. It will only prevent these children from accessing the much needed resources and support that they cannot access outside of school. It will only inhibit their growth as human beings at a time where it is crucial that they feel protected and safe, regardless of how they may identify. It saddens me to think that these children will have to suffer in silence as they are fed messages that they are not valid and that their existence is a threat to our society, when the reality is that they are just human. They simply want to live and exist as their most authentic selves. And instead, they're made to be afraid to conform by people who are not even willing to put in the effort in understanding them. With that, I echo my peers when I say that you nullify your endorsement of anti-LGBTQ plus legislation such as AB 1314, prioritize this kind of initiatives centered on LGBTQ plus support and policies, and reach out to VROC and our other partners to gain a better understanding of the challenges and needs faced by our LGBTQ plus students. Thank you.
Thank you. Demetrius is up, and Minjam is on deck.
Hello, my name is Demetrius. I'm speaking to you as a PhD student at UC Irvine, an RE and VROC youth, and a concerned individual who identifies as queer in light of your continued endorsement of AB 1314, a bill which mandates the forced outing of LGBTQ plus students to their families. Unfortunately, I'm speaking to you under further context. You've continued to ignore the concerns of LGBTQ plus organizations and community members who have written and spoken to you numerous times over the past few months, not only expressing their stories, their data, their truths, and their frustrations with your endorsement of AB 1314, but they've also made known their willingness to work with you about this situation. As I'm speaking to you, however, I do not come to you with more data, not because it is something I am unaware of. Rather, I'm certainly well aware of the gravity of a situation which I myself must experience on a day-to-day basis. Instead, I come to you as such because I do not know how much more evidence will add anything if the past months of facts, stories, and examples from other speakers have not gotten through to your non-interested eyes and non-listening ears. Instead, I would like for you to sit on the following questions. Board members, why do you feel the need to remove the agency, the ability, the right of children to their own identities, their own selves, their own conversations with their own families? Who are you to decide the terms under which these conversations occur? Knowing full well that so many families, so many parents are homophobic, transphobic, misogynistic, and anti-LGBTQ. Knowing so many children are put in danger when such parents discover the queerness of their children. And if this fact is confusing to you, might I refer you to the previous speakers if you have been too busy waiting for the next to draw your attention to more presentations on charter schools than to concern yourselves over the lives of queer and trans children. It is not on us for not convincing you, it is on for you for not listening. Finally, who are you to decide the fates of LGBTQ plus youth for them, especially without engaging with LGBTQ plus community members who have been inviting your engagement? Perhaps it is because you do not view us as people. The fact that you continue to roll your eyes at all the speakers that have spoken to you prior to this suggests this is the case. However, I argue it is much easier to disregard someone's life, someone's existence, when you reduce them to a lifestyle, an abstraction. How about you instead consider us as actual people rather than concept? Doesn't doing so make you feel a little more human? I come to you with unwavering anger because it frustrates me that you have refused to listen to us, to engage in dialogue with us. Is it because you lack the compassion to see us as people? Is it because you lack a sliver of empathy for anyone who does not conform to your standard of living? How do you call yourself servants and representatives of children if you have the ability to reduce someone's existence to an antagonizable ideal, but not the ability to empathize with an entire group of people who have been calling for your empathy? That is all.
Thank you. Minji is up, and on deck is Stephanie Camacho Van Tice.
My name is Minji, and I'm here today with Viet Rainbow of Orange County and fellow LGBTQ plus community partners, members, youth, and allies, to come before you and to speak candidly about the challenges we face as LGBTQ plus people takes immense courage and vulnerability. Many of us have experienced discrimination, exclusion, and even violence due to our identities. We yearn for safe and inclusive spaces, and we are filled with concern, anger, and frustration that educational spaces have been emboldened to target the youth of our community. Your endorsement of such policies sends a clear message that you don't value the lives or well-being of LGBTQ plus students and community. LGBTQ plus students deserve a safe and supportive learning environment, not a hostile one where they must fear for their safety just because of who they are. It's time to stop pretending that these policies have any legitimacy. They are nothing but tools of discrimination and hatred, and your support for them is a stain on your positions as elected officials of this community. We demand respect, and your actions have consequences. History will remember you for the harm and violence you are inflicting upon our community. We've made it very clear what our community demands are. Your unwillingness to reach out to us and your inaction shows me that you may need another reminder of what they are, so here it is. Rescind your endorsement of AB 1314. Publicly acknowledge the harm and violence you have perpetuated against the LGBTQ plus community. Prioritize supporting policies that protect LGBTQ plus students. Put action items on your agenda that emphasize supportive policies that cultivate safe school environments for LGBTQ plus students. Meet with VROC and LGBTQ plus leaders, groups, community members, and allies. Prioritize putting us on your calendar. Come to these meetings ready to listen, learn, and be humble when learning about things you may not have personal experience with. It's taken immense courage and sacrifice for our community members to speak before this board. You've heard the data and you've heard our stories. Heed our community demands and take the necessary actions needed to prioritize the safety of the students, the community you were elected to serve. Further inaction is not acceptable.
Thank you. Stephanie is up, and David Polito is on deck.
Wow. First, I want to just acknowledge all the speakers so far. I commend you all, and thank you so much for speaking your truths. My name is Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Education at the LGBTQ Center OC. I ask, when will the Orange County Board of Education stand up for its LGBTQ student constituents and their families? What investment are you making in their lives to ensure safe, supportive environments and equal access to educational opportunities, such as inclusive curricula and accurate representation within lessons and books? Amid the growing hate and violence that's being perpetuated against our community, what side of history do you want to be on? In order to foster a more inclusive and equitable educational environment, I call on the board to take action that demonstrates their commitment to LGBTQ inclusive policies that protect LGBTQ students, especially trans and non-binary students, from discrimination and harassment, providing resources for education, student support programs, and engaging in dialogue with the LGBTQ community here in Orange County to better understand our unique needs and experiences. It is crucial that the board take action, concrete steps to support their LGBTQ students and their families during this critical time. Supporting all students includes LGBTQ students, whether you like it or not. We're queer and we're not going anywhere. I want to share that I'm grateful for our community and community partners here with us today. If you are watching online, we need you here with us. More than ever, it is important for our community supporters to step forward and make their voices heard, not only at the Board of Education meetings, but also at our local school board meetings and city council meetings to advocate for policies that will protect the well-being of our LGBTQ students and youth. And also, voting. Next year is an election year. Some of these folks are up for election, or not election, but to be voted off potentially. The LGBTQ Center OC will continue to be visible and to speak out against all forms of hate and erasure. The board's silence and failure to rescind their endorsement of AB 1314, however, speaks volumes.
Thank you. David is up, and then Rudy Kraus is on deck.
All right, hello everybody. Thank you very much for sharing. I learned a lot and I appreciate hearing your testimony. I'm basically here to talk to you all because I wanted to talk a little bit about AB 1314 and the context it exists in, or that I understand. Seeing other bills like that passed in Florida, HB 999, which is making similar attacks on sex and gender studies, critical race studies, things like this. I don't think it's any coincidence. I think it's all obvious to many of us here that in the last few years we've seen this rise in these attacks, these reactionary attacks on public education as a resource, on the very existence of LGBTQ people, and oppressed nationality groups like Chicanos and African American people. This is an attack. We've seen an increase in police funding as well, all in the wake of a historic uprising. So we should understand this as a struggle, a fight. And that's how I understand it. And I'm here to meet with people and hopefully join the fight and learn from you all. Again, just bringing it back to parents' rights, because that's invoked when we talk about things like AB 1314. But what's not talked about, or at least I don't hear it talked about, is like whose parents are we talking about? Which parents are we talking about? Are these parents, in fact, or is this being funded by, like reactionary right-wing dark money, right? That's my argument. And historically, if you've looked at it too, it's this power also that's funded similar things when it came to, the life conditions for Chicanos in the American Southwest. And they experienced a lot of repression in schools for that reason too. So ultimately, again, I think we should understand this as a fight. And I'm interested in building a fight with you all, a grassroots fight. I'm part of a community service organization in Orange County. So if you'd like to talk to us, please do. I'd be happy to support your fight as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rudy is up, and on deck is Ivy Hang.
Okay, my name is Rudy Kraus. Let's start off with this. Young Power. You guys need to pick up the Young Power program and the Future Generations of America concept. We're the future generations of America. We stay on top of the world, not under it. When everyone has failed the test, you can count on us. We are the best in the U.S., in the U.S., in the U.S. We set the examples for everyone to follow, to imitate and emulate for destinations great. Do as we say as we do. Our words weigh their weight. We're the future generations of America. Now, let's get to the lecture. The future generations of America are trapped in the gay tricks. The gay tricks. This is mind control science. It says MK Ultra mind control science. I hear all of these people throwing up their degrees, but they don't even know what they're dealing with. This is Pavlovian psychology, classical conditioning. Stimulus to elicit a response with a reward. What is the response that the homosexual community wants to elicit? Gay pride. Gay pride in what? Homosexual sex. You can call yourselves gay, but you're just homosexuals. LGBTQ, all homosexuals. The only people that that are supporting this homosexual agenda are homosexuals. No heterosexual parents want to have homosexual kids. In terms of homosexuals and heterosexuals, heterosexuals are superior. They're responsible for the survival of the species. Without heterosexuals, there will be no humanity at all. This brings me to the stimulus. The Royal Pride flag is a stimulus. It must be removed from all schools and government and institution sites. This is an illegal use of Pavlovian psychology. Pavlovian psychology is behavioral science. It's the #1 psychology in the world. It's used every day. It was used during COVID to get everyone to jab. It's being used to turn all of the kids into homosexuals. 25% of the kids that are Zoomers are now identifying as homosexual. So it used to be, what, 3% 20 years ago? Stimulus to elicit a response to become homosexual. What's the reward? I'm going to say it.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you very much. Ivy is up next, and on deck is Lucy Brown.
Who's orchestrating all of this?
Ivy, you're up.
Hello, my name is Ivy. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm here with Vit Rainbow of Orange County and our allies. I'm also an alumnus of Santa Ana Unified. My peers and colleagues have spoken to the board many times about the harm that endorsing AB 1314 would have on our LGBTQ youth, present and future. The major point that has been brought up time and again as to why this board will not rescind their endorsement is that this is a matter of parents' rights, their right to know everything about their children's well-being, but especially whether their child is currently expressing or identifying differently from the gender they were assigned at birth. I have met many wonderful youth who themselves are queer and trans, and those who are allies who support their peers through their journey of self-exploration. What these youth have in common is that they have parents who they feel safe with to express the big feelings that come with learning something new about themselves and questioning the roles and rules that come with with their gender. These parents have done the work of learning about the LGBTQ+ community or have created an environment that allows for their children to ask questions without the fear of shame and rejection. Personally, I am someone who is out to everyone besides my own parents, and that is not because of the lack of love and respect that I have for them. I want to share this part of myself with them because it has given me so much joy and community, and I want to have them by my side to support me in my journey and growth. However, they are not entitled to that part of my life because they have not done the work nor created that environment for me to open that door for them, and it saddens me deeply. I imagine that I am not alone in that feeling. So my point is, if you, the parents, want and feel entitled to know everything about your children's well-being and their journey in finding out who they are, then I urge you to do the work and become the safe space for them. Learn from our community. Ask us questions with open and kind curiosity. As it is, life and the human experience is so very hard on everyone, but you have the power to move through it with kindness and an open heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy is up, and on deck is Beatrice Mendoza.
Good evening. My name is Lucy Brown. I'm with APAIT. Kids need to express themselves in any which way to help with development and individuality. Denying these children from the right of expression by having staff or other authoritative figures disclose their true identity is harmful and can lead to serious issues. Outing someone isn't a good tactic to use when dealing with a trans or gender nonconforming child. They come to school to feel safe, and when that safety is taken away from them, they don't know who to trust. Have you ever asked, does this child feel safe at home? Why doesn't this child trust their parents? What is really happening behind closed doors? Because none of us knows what really happens at home. Trust that child knows their home life better than you do. Keep these kids safe. If you truly care about them, allow them to be free, unique, and completely themselves, and cultivate an environment for them to do so. You're supposed to stand up for the students you serve instead of hindering them and their growth. Speaking personally, I thrived in school primarily because I was able to be my true, authentic self. Being under watch and on constant alert for the staff or authorities who could out me would hinder my absolute love for school and learning, as well as keep me from performing well at school. I was beat at home by my mother and sister for being myself. Show you care for the children that you say you do. Show care and love for all the children that walk through your school's doors. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Beatrice Mendoza, a resident of Santa Ana, and I'm here today on behalf of California LULAC. California LULAC is the League of United Latin American Citizens, and I am here today to ask the board to please listen to your constituents. I grew up in a church in Santa Ana that taught me that God loves everyone. I'm actually a heterosexual parent, and I am in support of the LGBTQ plus community, and we as a state have also supported the issues. And I just ask the board that before you support legislation like AB 1314, that you speak with your constituents, and not just part of your constituents, but all of your constituents and all of the community, because I just want to let you know that our community now looks like this. So I am proud of all the students here, the advocates here speaking on behalf of the LGBTQ plus community. I give them my support. I have always advocated for the community, whether it's through LULAC or through my kids' school as a parent involved in the PTA, or with other organizations that I am involved with. So thank you very much again, Beatrice Mendoza, a heterosexual parent. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few additional public comments that will come up at our specific items related to the agenda item that they're going to be speaking about. Back to you. Yeah, he's going to be speaking at item 12 with the county committee.
Did you want to speak now?
Okay.
All right.
I saw it listed as county committee, which is item 12.
You can speak now.
Okay.
Billy Joe Wright.
Billy, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Billy Joe Wright. I'm a high school teacher and a resident of Anaheim. I had two items to speak about, but the minor one was the Orange County Committee, the Committee on School District Organization, because obviously you know that we fought very hard to take away the gerrymandered map that you wanted to work with to keep yourselves elected. And not only did we get our map through and get it accepted at the county committee, but we also have been winning in court every time that you've pushed to try and change it. And now you want to do some more Trumpian things by destabilizing the institutions that are there to protect our citizens and our constituents' voices by trying to further push that with your attorneys. And I just want you to be on notice, and as well as all the audience to know that we are watching and we will fight because the election will happen in March, and we will make sure that you don't get to walk back into your seats when you're purposely hurting kids. That takes me on to my next point. The idea that you passed a resolution in support of AB 1314 doesn't even really need me to say anything, because when you're talking about outing kids, the gentleman who spoke earlier couldn't say it better than I could. So you want me, as a teacher, to take a kid and call that gentleman and trust the kid to be safe going home. You sit under a sign that says, "In God we trust." Should I pray that on the way home that the kid makes it safe back the next day? It is scary that for your egos or to create some type of motivation for people to vote for you, that you would do something like this to kids. Let me tell you something. I am a gay man. I grew up in a home that was loving, but I was scared to come out. It took me until I was 20 and a half, and the night that I told my parents, and I told my mom, because I thought we were the closest, I had to have a bag packed and a place to go, because I was that scared. And my mom's response, thinking that she was the most loving, was, "Mijo, you know, I'd rather have a homeless or druggy son than a gay son." And that hurt me at that point. But what my mom meant was that society accepted the homeless person and the person who was on drugs and wanted to help them and wanted to still love them and embrace them. She had no problem with who I was or going to be. You have an option to create loving situations for kids, and you're choosing not to. I can tell you this. I've been with my partner now for 20 years who runs a nonprofit here in Orange County. We take care of not only kids, but people all the way through people that are elderly. We make sure they have meals and transportation. Under that side, "In God we trust," be that person.
Your time is
whether they're
expired.
gay or not.
Thank you. All right, so we will be recessing the meeting of the Orange County recessing the regular board meeting to a meeting of the Orange County Department of Education Facilities Corporation. So for the record, this is the regular meeting of the Facilities Corporation is now called to order. Let the record reflect it is 5:47 p.m. Will Drew please call roll? Here. Do I hear a motion to adopt the agenda for the regular meeting of October 2nd, 2023?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Proceed to the minutes. Receive the minutes of the regular meeting of August 17th, 2022, and September 7th, 2022 meeting. Did I get that right? Is there a motion? Okay, moved by
Second.
Dr. Williams, second by Trustee Barkey. All in favor, say aye.
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 Are there public comments related to the Facilities Corporation agenda? Thank you. So we'll go to special recommendations. Item number 1, appoint the officers of the Education Facilities Corporation.
So on that item, the president and the vice president of the board are the president and the secretary of the facility corporation. You just need to nominate someone for the treasurer. Last year, the treasurer was Mary Barkey.
She did a fine job. I would like to nominate Mary Barkey to be the treasurer.
I hereby accept.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any other nominations? All in favor of Mary Barkey?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. So item number 2, receive the Esplanade Project Operational Report for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. Is there a staff report or is this?
Only if you have questions
Anyone
related
have
to
any
it.
questions on that item?
I'll have, typically, Renee, go ahead and come up here, Renee. So typically, don't you normally give a little PowerPoint, how we're doing, a little?
Yeah, for this one, it depends on what you'd like. So we know we don't do a PowerPoint. We have included the spreadsheet in here for you, but I can give you a quick update.
Okay.
So overall, the project is doing very well. And so our actual revenues were around our budget, so it was 3.8 million, and our expenditures were 2.6 million. And so it increased our general fund budget. We did have some major tenant expenses due to some tenants moving out. And so just as a reminder, we did do a fixed loan on this. So we have a set cost of this at the 0.8% through 2019, and that was an act the board members did a couple years ago. We are, as of right now, at 95% occupancy, which I think is extremely well. If you read the news reports right now, that's a huge problem for a lot of places. We are seeing an uptick in tenants shortening their leases or wanting to decrease their space, so we are looking at that pretty closely. And we still have 2 or 3 tenants who are still need to repay some funds due to some extensions we gave them due to COVID. So we're working with them to collect those dollars. But overall, for the 22-23 year, it was a very successful year for the program. After that, I can go into the budget if you'd like, but I think you have to receive this first.
Very. Any questions on that part of the report? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to read that report. Item number 2.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. So item number 3, receive and approve the Esplanade project operational budget for fiscal year 23 to 24.
Right. In this, we have set the occupancy rate at 84%, just as projections, assuming we have a downturn, and then we increase some of the rental expenditures. So all of our rental agreements do have an automatic rent increase into that. And we also have $1.2 million for tenant improvements. Are planning to put an elevator in building 4 this year, if we can get that plan all the way through. And so we are planning to decrease our fund balance, which we do have a limit of how much we can hold in that fund. And so it will be a decrease of $1.4 million. That being said, our projections are very conservative, and it'll probably be a lot less than that.
What is the rent increase, and how do you come about with that number?
So usually for normally we try to get a 3 to 5 year lease. Some are a month and an annual. So it normally is 3.5% to 5%, depending on the space. So that is our annual increase normally.
And what's the justification of that number?
Just the cost, everything. So like our office space, utilities that are included. If you have an industrial space, then they pay those charges separately. And so we are a little bit behind so we're not considered grade A property, right? We're considered grade B to C. And so, we can't compete with some of the office buildings down near Newport, which are have a lot of services that we don't offer. And so, trying to be competitive, we keep it stable. And really, our goal is to keep the tenants stable and not have a lot of turnover. There's a cost to have a lot of turnover. Mm-hmm.
Terrific. Other questions for the staff? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to receive and approve the Esplanade project operational budget for fiscal year 2022 to 2024.
I'll go ahead and second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, we have no closed session, and so we will adjourn the meeting of the Facilities Corporation and let the record reflect at 5:54 p.m. we're going to reopen the regular meeting of the Orange County Board of Education. Am I doing okay, Nina? Okay. So we'll proceed to the consent calendar, items 2 through 4.
Make a motion.
Motion by Dr.
Second.
Williams, second by Trustee Barkey. Any separate discussion for any of these items? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the consent calendar?
Aye.
Any opposed? Wonderful. So proceeding to item number 5. Nina, are there any charter submissions this evening? Okay. Item number 6, charter school public hearing, Sycamore Creek Community Charter 2. Araceli Chastain, Director of Charter Schools, will facilitate the public hearing. Araceli, hello.
Hi. Good evening, President Shaw and trustees. Today the board will hold a hearing to grant or deny the Sycamore Creek Community Charter School 2 countywide charter petition submitted on May 1st, 2023. Sycamore Creek Community Charter School 2 proposes to expand to a countywide charter school serving 720 students in grades transitional kindergarten through 12 beginning in fall of 2024. The board held a public hearing on June 7th to consider the level of support for the charter school. As delineated in the staff report published on July 18th, OCDE staff recommended the board deny the countywide charter petition. Staff concerns regarding the educational program remain unchanged from the initial 2019 petition for Sycamore Creek Community Charter School and the material revision in March of 2023. As with the March material revision, the countywide charter petition includes no information on the academic performance of the charter school currently operated by the petitioners. While petitioners document anecdotal data from private and public Waldorf schools and presented to this board some data on Los Angeles County, academic data for the petitioner's current school, which has been in operation for 4 years, was not submitted for review. The alternative assessment data for spring 2023, NWEA, which is formerly Northwest Evaluation Association, submitted for Sycamore Creek as part of a standard oversight request, demonstrates that most students across the grade levels fall in the low average ranges for mathematics and language arts, with few exceptions. These percentages equate to below average and failing performance for the majority of their students. Publicly available academic performance data for Sycamore Creek does not indicate that the charter school presents a sound educational program for the students currently served. CASP data for 2021-22 shows that overall, Sycamore students are performing significantly lower than the state in meeting or exceeding grade level standards in English language arts, 46.1 points below standard, and mathematics, 80.8 points below standard. 24% of Sycamore students meet or exceed English language arts standards. That's compared to 69% of Cypress Elementary School District students and 58% of Ocean View School District students where the charter school plans to locate. In mathematics, 19% of Sycamore students meet or exceed standards, compared to Cypress's 64% and Ocean View's 49%. In the other public Waldorf charter school in Orange County, Journey, 65% of students meet or exceed English language arts standards and 53% in mathematics. The most recent 2022-23 CASP data should be taken into consideration. However, that data is not publicly available until fall of 23, making a further expansion of the model premature. Enrollment data also does not indicate that the students in each looping cohort remain at the school for their entire elementary and middle school years, with numbers fluctuating year over year. More time is needed to determine whether parents are committed to keeping their students enrolled in throughout elementary and middle school years, which is an essential component of the Waldorf schools model. We recommend that the school put all resources and attention into implementing a robust intervention plan that significantly improves student academic performance across all grade levels in the coming years. Enrollment numbers in the near term do not appear to be realistic, and the school did not provide data on the community interest to account for the projected 217% increase. The charter school was initially approved to serve 240 students. In March, the board approved the material revision to allow the school to expand to serve 554 students. Sycamore Creek Community Charter School ended its 4th year of operation with 155 students, yet projects to have 180 students in the fall. The school projects to grow an additional 312 students at the start of the 24-25 academic year in their current location, I'm sorry, not in their current location, in their new location, but before adding high school grades. While we commend the school on building up its reserves, this enrollment data is essential to consider due to future facility costs. The school's governing board entered into a lease agreement for a facility in Cypress on October 27th of 2022. While the final lease amount has not been determined, it is based on facility project costs, and the lease agreement gives an example of project costs totaling approximately $25.5 million, with base rent in year 1 of $1.1 million, which is about 20% of their projected LCFF revenue, which includes a 5-month rent reduction in year 1. Without this abatement, I believe the cost is closer to $1.8 million. The school currently pays $144,406 for its district-owned facility, which is about 9% of LCFF revenue. The adverse effects on the budget, cash flow, and reserves cannot be overstated if the school does not meet its ambitious enrollment goals. Before public comments, the charter school representatives shall have equal time or 10 minutes, whichever is longer, to present evidence and testimony responsive to the Orange County Department of Education staff report, which was published on July 18, 2023. I now call Sycamore Creek Community Charter School 2 representatives to the podium.
Good evening again. My name is Dr. Sarah Bach. I have a presentation. Here it is. All right. First of all, I'm sorry, this presentation is really 100 minutes instead of 10 minutes, so I might skip over a couple of the slides. As well, last week, our school submitted to you our responses, comprehensive responses to each and every one of the comments by staff. And this being our fourth time here before you since the calendar year began, I think I'll spare you the details in that rebuttal. Instead, I'd like to take this opportunity to share some of the highlights of our program and the uniqueness of our program and why we are here before you requesting a countywide benefit charter. And I'm happy to answer questions. We also have some of our leadership here to as well make public comments regarding the rebuttal. All right. So I know, in our petition, we say we learn through art. A picture is 1,000 words, as they say, right? So this presentation is chock full of pictures for you this evening. And what I want to really highlight here for you is that to start creating art, whether it's wet on wet watercolor, pencil, charcoal, pens, crayon, chalk, or other mediums, it's the center of our curriculum. Anytime you spend any time in our classrooms, you'll invariably overhear students discussing whether they should use the lemon yellow or the golden yellow to create the sunshine of their main lesson book. And often I've heard them say, well, this teal pencil, is it green-blue or is it blue-green? I think this displays just the attention to detail that our students have, their strong discernment abilities, and this does carry over into the other academic disciplines. In this slide, you see the black and white picture. Specifically, this is a part of a perspective unit in 8th grade, which we believe is imperative to teaching students about not only how to draw to demonstrate perspective, but also the importance of precision as well as the underlying theme of how it's possible to change one's perspective and how to see things from a different perspective. Furthermore, while it's beautiful, in the left corner of this slide, the 24th division of a pinwheel teaches students in 6th grade the importance of precision, again, in geometric drawing that begins with learning to bisect a line. While our curriculum is lovely, the lessons are rigorous and always purposeful. These main lesson pages, or textbooks as we call them, the students create their own textbooks. These show how art and fraction lessons are interwoven to cement these abstract concepts for students more deeply. These lesson pages are drawn after the teacher has brought in a cake, or it could be a pizza or a watermelon, to give the students the hands-on experience of dividing up the pieces equally for the class. This provides for a very visceral understanding, as you can imagine. More pieces, more students means smaller pieces, not the opposite. As mentioned, artwork is the centerpiece of our program. Narrative is another important component. This is a chalkboard drawing done by a 7th grade teacher on the age of exploration. By presenting engaging work on a chalkboard and telling stories, whether they're fiction, non-fiction, from primary sources, the teacher engages the student more than a textbook is able to, thus making the curriculum alive for the students. I'm sure my time is already up and I have like more of these. Okay, here again, more examples of math and science lesson pages. For the Pythagorean theorem, for example, the students are guided through a Platonic approach where they struggle to discover the theorem for themselves in order to let it in them, which is much more than rote memorization of what would be to them in a traditional school setting, an oddly named mathematical concept. try to speed up here. Okay, another example for you. I think you're getting the picture though, right? No pun intended. At Sycamore, as we said, we integrate art, hands-on experiences. For instance, in this organic chemistry block with sugar, this demonstrates the experiential learning our students appreciate. Our curriculum builds year after year all the way through high school, where each and every student is taught in each and every grade, beginning in 7th grade and continuing through the senior year. Okay. As you can imagine, drawing a map in detail provides for a more sustained memory of geography. Now, before moving on, I think it's a good stopping point to share some current and ongoing efforts to increase the assessment score in the future. While we believe your vote tonight to approve our school, we hope, will be primarily based on our unique program not readily found throughout the county now that families desire, we also understand the importance and need for us to meet assessment parameters. In addition, while we never want to teach to the test in order to maintain fidelity to our pedagogy, we know that state testing expectations is also important. This previous school year, we invested in a database, a program called OTIS, to better analyze all of our data, like a warehouse for that CASP data, the MAPS data. We can even include and quantify our progress report data, which is very comprehensive. Our progress reports, and then very long at the end of the year. We look at things like how does a student help others in oral communication? Do they contribute to discussions in reading and writing? Are they even interested in it? We actually think about these things, and we can quantify them by using this OTIS program that we're just getting more and more familiar with. In addition, we also have begun using Freckle this last spring. That helps with assessments, grade reporting. I'm sorry, that was OTIS, data-driven instruction. But Freckle in combination also been able to accelerate learning for students. Differentiated practice, aligned ELA and math standards meets the need of every student by continuously adapting. It's student-paced, but teacher-led. All right, in the lower grades, we believe students learn through play. They solve problems. It's a large part of our curriculum. Developing these social skills so that they empathize and cooperate with each other, it readies them for more formal academics in 1st grade. We intend to build upon our highly sought after program by adding additional TK kindergarten classes in the future. As it stands, our current wait list could likely sustain 2 classes, but as you know, in our current facility, we just don't have the space for that. All right, also our curriculum, it involves practical arts, so that allows us to learn by doing, allows our students to. In our TK and kindergarten class, they prepare a daily meal, which is above and beyond the school nutrition program of breakfast and lunch. Incidentally, Sycamore just received a grant in excess of $100,000 to use in a new facility to renovate and upgrade the current kitchen facilities. Preparing a daily meal provides for a wholesome daily rhythm and nurturing of students so that they feel cared for in the school environment. Additionally, cooking and baking teaches math skills and reading in 1st and 2nd grades. A common activity is to ask students to double or triple a recipe they made previously to practice adding and multiplying fractions. We work hard to integrate across all of our curriculum. For instance, in 3rd grade, the students not only bake hot cross buns, they learn to quadruple the recipe and sing and play the song on their recorders. Therefore, in high school, these skills that are learned in the lower grades could be foundational to a potential culinary arts CTE pathway for our students. Here we go. Wrong button. We also sing and play musical instruments. There's more, but
Ooh, you were
I'm
doing,
sorry.
you were on a roll too.
I
All right.
was. I was. Thank
We'll call you back up, Sarah.
All
So,
right.
no, we have 7 public speakers. Oh, you're going to take over, Araceli? Okay.
The hearing's now open for public comments. Are there any public comments for this agenda item?
Alicia, I'm going to call up Alicia Walker, and Janelle Ruley will be on deck.
Here today, Honorable Board of Trustees. I come before you tonight in support of Sycamore Creek and their petition for a countywide charter. In preparing for this, a quote comes to mind. Education is not the filling of a pail, but the lighting of a fire. That's what we're doing at Sycamore. It's something different. It looks different. It feels different. You've heard from several of our educators in the past few months as we've been preparing for this and coming before you, and you've heard from parents. A large number of our parent body are educators themselves. They want a quality education that's rigorous for their children. Sycamore provides that. It's true that we've had an uphill battle. We opened our doors in 2018, and 6 months, 2018? 2019. And 6 months later, they were closed along with the rest of the country due to COVID. We've actually done the impossible. We had a little bit over 60 students when we started. And going into our second year, we were receiving funding or set to receive funding for only that amount. Instead, we made commitments to twice that. We allowed families to enroll in our program, knowing we might not get funding. We actually had to file a lawsuit to increase funding based on the legislation and things that were going on with the governor and outside of your control. And it turns out that we receive funding for most of those students. I know you are all familiar with Sarah, her advocacy for this program and for the students. So I don't want to continue too much down that road, but I just want to say a couple things. I am the board president. We are very aware of the importance of assessments. We have made changes to the board agenda to constantly keep this as a placeholder, discuss how we're making changes, improving those assessments, making sure that we're meeting the children. I also lead the tours, so I'm a parent of 3 children that attend the school. I'm the board president, and I volunteer to give tours to interested families. And we've done at least 1 tour a month the entire school year, and each tour, including the day it snowed, had at least 15 families, some of them up to 20 and 30. So right there, that's over, many of them have more than 1 child. That's over 250 students that are very interested in our program, ready to enroll. Unfortunately, we have 7 classrooms for 9 grades. So we're completely out of space and we don't want to overpromise. I will just end with this. Sycamore won't just meet the children in today's world, but will meet the world of tomorrow. In closing, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. It's a quote by Aristotle, and what you saw Sarah present was education with heart. Thank you.
Janelle Ruley is up, and Javier Orduno is on deck.
Good evening. It's really different to be so far away from you. My name is Janelle Ruley. I'm with legal counsel for the charter school, and I have to say I don't often get to see presentations that are full of kid work. So that was a nice change, at least for me. I'm certainly proud to be here on behalf of Sycamore Creek 2, and we are, to be clear, seeking your approval for the proposed countywide benefit charter this evening. Our office worked hand in hand with the petitioners on this charter. We do believe that all of the legal requirements for the charter petition have been met, and so the petition before you tonight can be approved. So specifically, the charter petition offers a sound educational program. The petitioners are demonstrably likely to successfully implement. It contains all the affirmations and signatures that are needed. It contains reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the required elements, and there's the proper declaration about the public school employer. The staff report we found is largely speculative. casting uncertainty on Sycamore's ability to enroll students and to achieve particular test scores. We understand these concerns. We acknowledge that no one can have perfect information in these areas. The future, of course, is unknown. Approving a new charter, once the legal hurdles have been cleared, necessarily includes some measure of faith. And approval means that the board, your board, is willing to make a bet on Sycamore, is willing to take a chance on Sycamore, to invest in Sycamore. We see this as a safe bet. Sycamore's enrollment has been artificially limited, as you just heard, artificially limited during its entire operation due to its really small facility. As a countywide benefit, Sycamore can really lean into the growth that's needed to sustain a thriving school. And as to the academic data, we certainly expect to see improvements when the CASP data is published in the coming months, particularly in 7th and 8th grades. As I know you've heard before, because I've heard it before, the Waldorf program takes a couple of years for students to sort of catch up to where state assessments are. So those results are starting to come into focus now. We're certainly available for questions, and we ask you once again for your support this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Javier's up, and Maria Ordinarian is on deck.
Good evening, President Shaw and Board of Trustees. I'm going to read this letter of support on behalf of CCSA. I am the Orange County local representative for the California Charter School Association, CCSA. CCSA is a membership and professional organization serving our member schools and advocating for fair charter policies for the over 1,250 public schools in California. Our mission is to meet parent, educator, and community needs for great public school options by supporting and advocating for high-quality, nonprofit charter schools and sharing their success throughout California's public schools. We have reviewed the Orange County Department of Education staff report for Sycamore Creek Charter School 2 countywide petition and do not believe that staff report provides any legal barriers to the board approving this petition. For this reason, we encourage you to approve the petition and allow Sycamore Creek Community Charter School to grow and expand their Waldorf programs. Your approval would allow parents the right to choose a Waldorf High School public charter school option in the community. Thank you.
Maria is up, and Steve Walcott is on deck.
Hello. My name's Maria Ordinarian. I have two things I'm going to speak on today. The first is that my daughter graduated from SCC, or Sycamore Creek, I apologize, in the first year of their graduating class in 8th grade. And she has just finished her first year of high school. She is one of the students that probably had pretty crappy test scores. And that is also one of the reasons why I moved her to a Waldorf school, was because I needed to see what was happening with my whole child and not what was just happening on a computer tablet. So I'm going to just really quickly give you, I guess, a data breakdown, but like Alicia said, you know, the Waldorf approach doesn't see children as students that need to be filled up, right? They are really held in a way that they can gravitate towards themselves. And it's not about meeting goals that society feels would make the child a more productive member. It's about developing a complete human being. So she started in 3rd, test scores, she hated testing, she was shutting down. Moved her, and can't tell you that her test scores got better, but I will say that when I actually had to study Waldorf education, which I invite everybody to do, and talk with her teachers to understand what, if anything, the test scores were indicating. To be honest, she's never been much a school lover, but that said, she's prepared to high school, not just with educational knowledge, but also with the ability to ask questions, understand how she learns, and speak up when something is not right. She just finished her 9th grade year at a local high school in Long Beach. She has tested into the honors classes, maintained her grades well, honor roll all year long, and finished with a 4.2. And she is happy, and she is proud of herself. And is a very good picture of what a Sycamore student is. So I do not believe that standardized testing is an accurate or complete reflection. However, that said, as a teacher at Sycamore, I will say that one of the things that we do at Sycamore is that we're really committed to providing weekly, meaningful professional development opportunities for our faculty and staff. Our professional development provides a thoughtful and challenging and supportive learning. We nurture creativity, enthusiasm, problem solving, deep learning. We do it as faculty and we do it on an individual level. So I will say that by far, the most powerful method of when we're doing our standards review, the decision making and program revision or enhancements is to work together in pairs, task groups, or in the faculty as a whole. And we're committed to the ongoing and extensive work together over time to make sure that our students are getting everything that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Wolf is up and Tracy Ryan is on deck.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a credentialed classroom teacher at Sycamore Community Charter School since it opened, and have before that taught 3 years at Ocean Charter School up in Santa Monica area. My children have also been through both private and public Waldorf schools, and both graduated from four-year universities, Vanguard, UC Santa Cruz, with degrees in marketing and anthropology. So I have seen firsthand how successful a Waldorf-inspired school can be. When I came to Sycamore, one of the things that blew my mind right off the bat was seeing their scope and sequence. I had never seen anything like this before. It's an incredibly in-depth document aligning Common Core standards with the school's developmentally appropriate curriculum goals for each grade. An amazing document that allowed me to create effective lesson plans aligned with academic goals. I mean, it's a great tool to target learning objectives throughout the school year. This is a great thing to have. I'd like to address the assessment aspect of our school. First, let me say that Waldorf has a lot of different philosophies behind it, but a few words come up all the time. Two of the words that I keep hearing all the time are curiosity and observation. There's a concentrated effort to understand how each individual child learns built into any Waldorf school in order to help them achieve academic success. As a result, we're constantly reviewing our methods and developing new ways to better serve students. End of story. I might add that at Sycamore a few years ago, I had to clear my credential. So what did I choose as my main focus? Assessment. Defining ways to better support student learning needs and objectives. Throughout the whole year-long study, I was backed by my faculty who provided support, feedback, insights. Sycamore has always fostered and encouraged professional development and collaboration. I've been to trainings on dyslexia, special needs, classroom management, and much more. All this points to the school's constant goals of finding ways to best support student learning and also help them to be simply good people. So whatever you may not see on paper, know that these teachers that I'm working with are committed and always training to learn more, to give students the best chance at academic success. I'll end by saying this. One of the primary guiding principles of our schools is this: create a lifelong love of learning. I've seen it proven right before my eyes. Thank you.
Well, Tracy is up and Leanne Brouillette is on deck.
Good evening. I'm the kindergarten, transitional kindergarten teacher, and I'm just here to talk to you about why I was actually drawn to teaching at Sycamore Creek. I've been teaching for over 25 years in both private and public education, and I just love teaching there. Both of my love is teaching young children and their passion, and being able to teach children in a public and developmental appropriate way is just a way to teach. And being able to teach them in a way that they love learning, they come running in to learn every day, they love being there, is just an amazing journey in of itself. I love teaching children that have just this love building in them. And I was really drawn to being able to help at Sycamore Creek as far as helping with the WASC development, helping with building a resource department, because we know as teachers at Sycamore Creek, seldom do children raise the test scores themselves, that it takes a team effort of all of us to do what they do. And so as an entire staff, we know that we need to analyze the data, and that's what we do every single year. When we come back as a staff, which is in 2 weeks, sadly our vacation has been very short, we look at the spring data and we look at the overall student achievement and we look at the growth, and that drives our achievement and how we're going to do our teaching of the year. And this is done because we loop with the students. I personally don't loop. I'm the only teacher that doesn't. So all the children actually will be coming through me, so I get to know the entire school. But the other teachers, they loop. So they look at the data, and that drives how they are going to do their year. They look at their block plans, they do learning goals, and we as a whole staff spend our next 3 weeks going through what are we going to do, what are we going to do school-wide, and we look at everything together. Secondly, we look at our formative assessments and our summative assessments, which we constantly do together, and we collaborate. And that's one of the things we love at Sycamore Creek, is that we are constantly collaborating together as a team, and we target all of our students of how we can individually support student needs together. My love is that as I finish my school day, which we have a shortened day, which is appropriate in kindergarten at 12:30, that I'm going to help with the resource department that we're going to specifically develop, and in this way that our students will be given specific help.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you so much. Leon Bruyette is up, and Stephen Smith is on deck.
I just wanted to speak very briefly about county-wide benefit. There is much about Sycamore Creek School which could be a benefit for the whole county. For example, children do not mature at the same rate. There is new research from Stanford that actually looks at children in in Denmark, and looks at the children who went to school just a year earlier, a year later. And the children who just wait a year, which in many parts of Europe is very common, actually have benefits that have been traced up to the age of 11. Here in the United States, children start to read in kindergarten, and many of them are not really ready for that. And it's not going to change quickly. But if there are parents who are aware that their child is unlikely to easily read, to easily be ready for that, they can come to Sycamore Creek, because Sycamore Creek uses the Waldorf curriculum, and they don't start to learn to read until first grade. So it's something that a family can actually transfer if Sycamore Creek is given that ability to take in families from other school districts. That's one of the things that could really be good for the families. It could be good for all of Orange County. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And I know that it's been a long meeting, so I won't go on. I'm a professor, and I can't go on for too long. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne. And Stephen Smith is up.
Hey, good evening. I'm a retired executive, and one of the things I've been doing the last 11 years, I've been working with a nonprofit, the California Council on Economic Education. We help teachers improve their ability to teach economics and personal finance in schools. Economics is a required course in high school for your kids to graduate, and we help teachers improve their ability to do that. I'm here tonight to talk about a couple of things. One of the things I'm trying to do in retirement is help create safe, free, and exceptional schools, help provide an exceptional education for the students. Our democracy is dependent upon us having a well-educated populace. I think you got a big challenge today, board. You have a school that in the next year, as does the principal, you're going to improve your test scores. You're going to move the school, I understand, to a new location, which means you're going to build, furnish, staff if needed. You're going to move in. I moved offices, not an easy task. You're going to start a high school, and your mortgage payment is going to jump, I think, if I understand it, 9% of revenue to 20% of revenue. If you bite the bullet of moving to this new school and tackling that mortgage, that's a big challenge. If I was making that decision, I'd be asking a lot of questions about how they're going to do that, what's the backup plan, what are the priorities. The board has a big problem because Trustee Barkey cited the importance of test scores in an editorial in the Wall Street Journal from the so-called Credo report from Stanford Research Center, unaffiliated with the university, it's with the Hoover Institute, about test scores, how important they are. And they compared charter schools with public schools. The recent results in 2023 are that charter schools improved their test scores greater than the public schools did. So I'm curious to hear the board's decision. What are your criteria if you make an exception? If you make an exception, what's your follow-up plan to see whether or not things are going according to plan? And what do you do if they don't go according to plan? What are your decision criteria for closing a charter school? One of the things that's mentioned in the editorial in the Wall Street Journal is that 15% of the charter schools were closed. That's one of the advantages of charter schools is if they're not performing well, then the governing body would close that school. So I think you've got a big challenge today, board. I think what's most important is we're focusing on this idea of exceptional schools giving exceptional education. Sometimes it's important to wait because people aren't ready. And when they're ready, it's time to move. But when they're not ready, it's best to wait because sometimes making the decision forces a very difficult problem, becomes more difficult to solve. Thanks for listening.
Board questions. The board has 3 options for action regarding the countywide charter school petition. Option 1, approve the charter petition. Option 2, approve the charter petition with conditions. This action would result in the charter petition being approved and require the charter school to address concerns included in the staff report and raised by the board. Option 3, deny the charter petition. President Shaw, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Very good. Thank you very much. I think last time I started to my left, so why don't I start to my right? Trustee Valdez, do you have board any questions?
I do. Araceli, would you come back? So in the staff report, which I'm guessing you were a big part of writing, so you say that the charter school is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in the petition, and you focus a lot on the enrollment projections. Now, so it's been pretty clear because they've been here, I think this is the 4th time, right? So everyone has said that this charter school is sort of busting at the seams, right? So they have 7 classrooms. I think they said it tonight. They have 7 classrooms. They have 9 grades. Why do you think going from 155 students when they've sort of been compressed is so unrealistic to add 300 more?
So the school is has been growing each year, right? And that we expect that when new grade levels are being added. So they have been serving the school, the current charter petition, Sycamore Creek Community Charter School, was approved from TK through 8th grade. So they have been serving that full grade level without, once they stopped expanding by grade level, that growth significantly stopped. So they, from one year to the next, they grew by about 10 students across all of the grade levels, right? So that's in their current, but they have space for more than that. So they have room, so they're projecting to grow to 180 students in the same facility with the same grade levels. Even that, we think, we just haven't seen that type of growth in this school when they are not adding grade levels, which is why I put in the staff report that they're anticipating growth even before they begin to add any of the high school grade levels. it's just based on the history of the school. We have not seen that type of growth. So I know that they're restricted to their facility and how many rooms they have and how much they can grow. And I think they have, there are going to be wait lists in like your kindergarten and first grade classrooms and things like that, because that's where there's a lot of that need, I think, showing up for the school. But even currently, they have not reached capacity to the number of students that they serve on that facility. And we don't even know how they're going to get to 180 students, because they haven't shown that level of growth year over year once they've been serving all of the grade levels and not increasing by grade levels. So that makes sense. And so when they grow to 300, that's still only serving TK through 8th grade, not adding new grade levels. And I think they're just counting on a lot of students coming in because of their change of location, which could absolutely happen. We're just saying we haven't seen that level of growth for this school.
I guess I don't understand the base facts that we're supposed to be deciding on, because these folks are telling us that they are at capacity, they can't add. They added a few more than their maximum capacity, and you're telling me that there's more capacity and they just haven't gotten to that point.
I don't know if they're saying they're at capacity, because they want to get to 180 in the same location, so that's what we're basing it on.
Go ahead, Sarah.
So I don't want to, it's complicated, as they say, right? You know the history. We opened during COVID. We essentially doubled. We had the lawsuit. We had the statute. We had the funding issue. We made it through that. We served more students than we received funding for. Additionally, that year, our second year, if you recall, all students had to be 6 feet apart. So that changes your capacity, right, in a room where you could serve 32 students. And we typically like to have smaller class sizes if we can. The best ratio that our parents and families appreciate is about 24-1. So with the 7 classrooms, that's about 175 students, about 25 per classroom. So we had the spacing issue, right, the 6 feet apart the second year. And then, as Araceli said, we're adding grade levels as we go along. But because of the 7 classrooms and not having any office space and having all these specialty programs, you can see our strings class is outside. It's under the pepper tree. And every time the district comes, thank you, district, for working hard, but comes to trim the tree, our teacher is so upset because she loses all of her shade for the students. Now, you've heard our students say their favorite class is handwork. We have our handwork teacher here. She has been teaching handwork at the lunch tables. And whenever she can, and she teaches inside the classroom, but because we have the combination classrooms, so those higher grade levels share a classroom, but they have their separate main lesson time. But it's hard to have one side having a main lesson, that's the main academic piece, 2-hour piece, and then next to them, of course we can't have strings going on, that would just be awful, but maybe they're teaching, the teacher's teaching handwork. So we're constantly contracting and growing dependent upon all of these different variables, like having a small office space and we're also separated. We have half of our classrooms on one side of the campus, the other half on a preschool side. The district recently in the last 2 years asked us to also change rooms, and then the room and of course we want to work with them and preserve that goodwill. So we did, but that new classroom was smaller because it was for a preschool grade level. So there were 2 little bathrooms that were taking up that extra desk space, if you will. So it is complicated. Sure, if you do, 7 times 30 is 210 students. But again, because our model is a smaller class size, because we don't want to.
Sarah, have you turned any students away?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay, so over the past 4 years, you have turned students away that you would have normally serviced inside your program.
Yes, we have basically.
Can you estimate for us how many students that is?
Well, fortunately, that's not one of my titles. any longer, although it was the first couple of years. So I don't have my enrollment person here, but to give you those exact figures, I would say one metric that's helpful is we basically carry a kindergarten wait list the entire year. This last year, we had a second grade wait list for most of the year. We're at capacity, we believe, based on all these factors, and we have wait lists for sure kinder, for sure first grade, second grade, third grade.
How long is the wait list?
It changes. We have interest every day. We get emails every day. And another thing to consider, this is all by word of mouth. And you've heard from our parents how they dislike our current facility for the reasons they've mentioned. But this is all through word of mouth. We don't want to spend extra resources, human resources, financial resources, to market and recruit families that we can't serve. That's a waste of time, and it's a disappointment to them. So we focus on the families that we have. We put all of our time and energy into them, and because of that and that word of mouth, families are still coming to us. And we are projected to be around 175, 180 for this coming year, this school year. But as far as how many we've turned away, I don't know, 50? That's just I don't know for sure.
Could I hear from that lady with the glasses? The one, yes.
Maria.
Maria,
I'm sorry.
reintroduce yourself, Maria.
Apologies, Maria.
Maria.
I wasn't expecting questions.
But you said something to me that I thought was very, very important, very powerful for me to consider. Okay, so my kids go to a school where the academic program is very regimented, and they come back with grades A+, 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 A-, and I sometimes question the parents, the teachers. I mean, is this for real? And they're telling me, yeah, your kids are really excellent. And I knew they get Kumon and other stuff that my wife, and I kind of handle. But I also realize, that that's my two kids, and that's not every kid. So I want to talk about your daughter a little bit more.
Okay.
She was not doing well in that kind of structured environment when she was kindergarten and first grade. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. Well, I guess I'll focus more on second and third grade is where it became more obvious. The need to move during class time, the tests, the testing, she shut down. She would be the last one finishing. She was frustrated by the computer. She said, it's really hard to read on the screen for that long, even though they would give them multiple days to complete it. She was used to reading paper books and then suddenly having to learn how to use the computer to do a test when they're not really using those during the day was hard. But what really happened was that her anxiety was through the roof. She was so afraid of doing something wrong, of putting a wrong answer. And there was nothing I could do to make her feel better about that. I can't sit next to her and say, let's process.
So how was she doing in the first grade, second grade level from strictly a testing standpoint?
She was terrible.
I mean, like failing?
No, I did a lot with her. I volunteered a lot in the class.
And then you moved her to a Waldorf school.
I moved her to a Waldorf private school.
Okay.
And then, as you know, public school teachers, that's not really the budget that we have. So that was fun.
And then all of a sudden, this kid who was not doing well in early grades is somehow an honor student in 9th grade?
Don't sound so skeptical. That's my kid. I think what I'd rather say is that it's a kid who, when testing came around, when she had to do the testing, that did not measure anything for her. Okay. When we talk about the reports, if I were to show you what a report looked like, the test score would be about this big on our report. And then the rest of the report is verbiage from the teacher who has spent hours outside of teaching talking about what they see in my child, where her starting point was, where the growth was, and where they think that her next challenges should be or could be. That's much more information for me than a test score. So even if it was math, she's really good at math. She's very good at processes. She was terrible at taking the tests. When I sat with her, the problem wasn't so much, yeah, she might get the wrong answer, but she would always go back and be able to process and reprocess, and she would know the processes, and she would persevere. She did not give up. Those tests don't measure that. So when she went to high school, she had more confidence. She knew who she was. She understands how she learns. She was in these classes that had shared class space. You know, she learned like, hey, I can't deal with a lot of sounds and noises when in the class. So if people were getting loud, her high school she said to her teacher, I need to move. This is really loud. She spoke up for herself. It's not a lot of ninth graders that are willing to do that and stick themselves out like that. She's popular. Did my time go up? Oh. She's popular. She's smart. She's an athlete. She's a leader. But it was all of that. And she was really anxious about going into high school. She didn't think she was going to do well.
But to synopsize this, she was not doing well in the early grades, and now she's excelling.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And I didn't want to sound cynical about that. I was truly curious.
It was a lot of work. And it was seeing who she is, finding out what works for her, and how she learns. Once we figured out how she learned, she could learn how she learned, and she could advocate for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And you know, as I come up here and this other gentleman was mentioning it, you know, this is a big decision for us. You know, I have to realize that this county is 450,000 kids, right? And not every, right? Am I wrong?
More.
Okay. Sorry.
That's right.
And you know, not every child is like the two that I'm going to go home to tonight. And I realize that I have to be open to you know, perhaps a different model or experience than the ones I've experienced you know, in my life. But so I really thank you for your insight.
I will say one thing. I grew up in military schools on military bases. Public school all the way. This was how I was taught. The idea of going to another school with a different pedagogy was like, there's no way. There's just absolutely no way. I'm setting her up for failure. And I had to take the chance because my child needed something that was not being provided. And I had to trust what her body was telling us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any
Trustee
more?
Valdez, I don't know if I answered your question completely, but you had said that you were wondering what you should focus on, right, when it came to that enrollment number. And I think I don't want the focus to get away from their space or anything like that. I understand those challenges, and we are in no way saying that they shouldn't, you know, they're authorized for over 500 students. And we didn't say that they shouldn't be authorized for, you know what I mean? The board has approved their growth. The issue, I think, is their current facility doesn't support that. And so they would need to find a facility that does. And if they came forward with a material revision saying, we found a facility that's going to house all of these kids, we wouldn't, you know, say, don't approve that. I mean, I think it's even an ed code that we should be, for a school that needs bigger facilities, we should be approving that type of growth. And so this board has consistently approved growth for charter schools and increases in enrollment and all of that. And I understand that the facility is the issue, but we would absolutely support them finding another facility. I think our concern here was this was based more on budget and meeting those enrollment projections and how that would affect the budget if they didn't, considering they have an extremely large fixed cost coming up if they do lease this current facility in Cypress. That's not I mean, there's no way to cut that. That is the cost. And so that's going to be there whether they're able to enroll that number of students or not. And so our concern is just what would happen to the reserves that they've built up, what would happen to the school should they not meet this incredibly large enrollment projection.
And how much are the reserves right now? Where are they?
I think they're almost at $1 million in reserves. Yeah, they've done really good with saving money. They have a pretty slim program that's pretty, you know.
And the facility cost, did I see that right, was 144,000?
Currently, that's about, they pay more than that. A little bit more than that is what they pay for. So about 9% of their LCFF cost goes to their facility right now. Sarah has let us know that it would not increase beyond 20% of LCFF, but that's a lot, I don't know if that means that if they don't meet their enrollment projection, it won't go over 20% of their current enrollment, or if it just would not exceed 20% of their max enrollment that they have in their charter. I don't think that was very clear in the lease documents that we saw, but we're assuming that it means that facility cost is a fixed cost from what we could tell from that lease. And so it's not going to fluctuate based on enrollment. It's going to be a fixed cost regardless of what the number of kids are.
Sarah, would you take the podium again?
Response.
So
Yeah.
how'd you get the $1 million?
Well, just low admin costs, I think, is a big factor. I just, we want the funds to go to the students. We know that a Prop 39 situation that we're in right now, facility use agreement with the district, many charter schools, like districts, do not have these same costs, so we have to build them in. Reserves are very important, especially with the scare that first year when our funding was going to be cut in half, but we were going to double in size. It was quite frightening. It was a good lesson, I think. But I lost my train of thought. But
You got the $1 million by keeping your costs low? Is that it?
Just by, I think, not overspending, right? And also, as mentioned, Araceli mentioned, our current costs are quite low. The district, that's a lot of charter schools start out and incubate for 3 to 5 years in a Prop 39 situation because those lease costs are so affordable. And so where we were able to make those savings, those gains, we knew that should we have an opportunity to find a forever site, as they say, we were going to need that.
Are any of those funds the result of like a benefactor, or is that truly?
No.
No?
Well, we do some fundraising. We, being a public school, it's we want to be thoughtful about our families. We, that's why we are a public charter Waldorf school, because we know tuition is high, and even the traditional public schools are constantly needing more funds. So we believe we should budget our funding well and not ask for parents to constantly give more. I think they're giving enough, right? So, and we want everyone to feel included and that community feeling. So most of our quote fundraisers are more like community building events. Our winter fair, which President Shaw came to, that was a fundraiser. I think we made maybe $5,000, and all the parents made a lot of handicrafts. And but we wanted to be inviting for everyone and not feel like an extra expense. So yes, we wish we had a wonderful angel benefactor.
So last question.
Yes.
I promise, President Shaw. We have an understanding here that not every child is the same, and I need to be open to that. There's been criticism from the staff and some public comments about the test scores. Do you have a plan for raising the test scores?
We do. We think, and I know you, the gentleman mentioned the Credo study, and Professor Brouillet has a wonderful narrative understanding of that, which was part of our rebuttal. And what the Credo study found was that it's not that wonderful, amazing charter schools are coming online and raising everyone's assessments. It's that, if I can say it correctly, it's little by little. They're evolving, they're growing, they're cementing their program and bringing those students. And along with that model, their students just do better over time. So I think again, it's complicated. There's so many pieces. Just one piece, for example, we talk about how, and the research from our lead teacher, Dr. Telfer Radzat, who just completed her dissertation this last fall on Waldorf education. She looked at all the test scores. She found that by 7th and 8th grade, Waldorf students are excelling. Now, to me, that shows a system that works. It's slow and steady. Why throw something out just so that you can do as poorly as other schools in those higher grades, but be higher in the early grades, right? Why not do better later? Oh dear, now I've lost my train of thought again. What was my point? Anyway, oh, Kimberly, yes. So I think that for us specifically, it's been 8 years since we first started working on this project. And we had families coming along with us for those initial 4 years of getting approval in 2018. And my daughter was one of them. She just graduated this year in 8th grade, and she's in the 90th percentile in all the core academics, by the way. And she was much lower earlier as well. But those classes are smaller. So in the classes that are smaller, right, those 7th and 8th grade, and the scores are higher, if you average those across those larger, lower grade classes that are bigger, it's going to look even worse, right? That math is not apples to apples. So it's going to take a nuanced approach. That's why, in the previous hearings, I showed you, actually I have the raw scores here too. And we did make improvements this last spring. Almost 64% of our 8th graders, and we put this in the report, are meeting or exceeding in language arts. And last year, it was closer to 30%. So we about doubled there. In math, the average score in math went from 25.10 for 8th graders last year to 25.22. It's an improvement. And our highest score is higher this year than our highest math score last year. The lowest score is higher than the 3 lowest scores. And this is just a small group of kids. This is like 10 kids. So, I mean, if you're doing research and you're an academic, you don't consider that you have a normal, it's not a normal sample, right? Until you have 30 kids. So to me, it is unfair. It's unfair to.
Okay, President Shaw,
Sorry.
I yield my time.
Thank you, Trustee Valdez. Dr. Sparks.
Yes, I'm going to punch through my questions quickly. Stay there. And I want to also call up Javier Ordeno. I want to call up President, is it Linda? Alicia. Oh, sorry. Okay, President Alicia, come on up, you guys. And Janelle, I'm going to call you up as well.
You need it, but then don't hold it because we're recording, and when we try to transcribe, it comes off muffled and we have echoes, and so I just appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to make some comments and a couple quick questions. First of all, Sarah, I'm always complimenting you when you come up because I feel like every time you come up, I learn new things, and I saw all these pictures and stories around the innovation of teaching, and as an educator myself, I think that's what we should be doing. We meet the kids where they are, we adapt, if you have to expand, you expand. If you have to shrink, you do what you have to do. If you have to teach music outside, you teach music outside. You do what you have to do to lift these kids up. So I just want to commend you. And I know this has been a long, long road for you all, but I do have a few additional, questions quickly. First of all, related to the LCFF, these numbers did jump out at me related to the 144 Ks. And when we moved to the new location, moving up to 1 million, or the 9%, and now moving up to 20%. But then I was happy to hear about the reserve. So anyway, I just wanted to hear from you all, and maybe Janelle pipes in here, I don't know, but that analysis, how do we know that you're going to be okay on that front?
Well, firstly, I just want to point out our track record for being 4 years in operation, having $1 million in reserves. Yeah. And this was the school taking students that we didn't get funding for. I mean, she's done a great job. And we have a diligent board that reviews the budget like it's money out of our pocket. We truly are invested in the school and in the students. And we are partnering with a developer that is working hand in hand with the bank that would not finance a program that was not going to work out. We've been working with him for about 5 years, since the very beginning. So we've definitely crossed our T's and dotted all of our I's to make sure that this would be something that would be viable for the school.
Thank you. That's right. It needs to be a win-win for them, right?
Yeah.
This is what they do. And so they did their due diligence with us. We've known them for 5 years. They told us finding a facility is a needle in a haystack, but we'll try. The developer, he told me, gosh, if I had a charter school, this is where I'd want it to be, the site. He just thinks is amazing. And so we found the site a year ago. We working very closely with everything you need for that, traffic studies, TUP, on and on and on. And so they want us to be successful. We want them to be successful. We need it to be a win-win. They know we have to work together. That's why they put the abatement plan in there. That's why, and I'm sorry, our budget person, Eric, he's come up with us every time, he had an emergency, but he could give you those details, numbers, which are in our petition as well. And I think we have a good cash flow plan for the next few years, and we'll make adjustments like we do, and we have. And I think that just the fact that we've grown this as much as we have, truly by word of mouth only, imagine what we could do with a strong recruiting plan. Alicia lives around the school around the corner from the school. We already have outreach going on.
That was going to be my next question to Alicia as board president, and based on some of your public comments, you have, I think, 3 kids in the school or something?
Right. Yeah.
And then you kind of mentioned that you had the confidence that the numbers were going to be able to be reached based on your on-the-ground experience. Can you speak to that?
Yes, absolutely. We would not go down this road if we did not think that we were going to be successful. That's not to say we don't think we're going to have challenges, but we've been across the street from a dump for the last 4 years, and we're allowed to have no signs. So not only by word of mouth, but we have to draw them a handwritten map so that they can even find us. So to overcome that and to be here today, standing in front of you with $1 million in revenue, in the bank, I have every confidence that this program is what is going to be good for our families, future families, and Orange County as a whole. Every time I give a tour, I am so surprised by the families and their responses. Wow, we thought that there was going to be a 200 people waiting list. You mean there might be an opportunity for us to come next year? Yes, we think that we'll have a spot for you. We hope, We had a family enroll a student in an upper grade, and they were so grateful they cut the school a check. As a board member, we accepted a donation for $1,000 because this family was like, my child has been doubting themselves, saying that they are not smart, they can't do this, and now they're thriving at your school. We're so happy to be here. So,
thank you for sharing that. I'm trying to move along quickly, so I want to move to Javier first, and then I'll finish clean up with Janelle. Javier, I read your letter, and we've been down this road a while.
Yeah.
And so I want to hear from you directly. I know that's a weird microphone.
Yeah.
About your analysis with CCSA coming to the letter that you wrote of support.
Yeah. So one of the learnings that we have with the material revision with the school leader, we got more involved. She was very sharing the petition and also the findings. We reviewed the great findings from staff. So we kind of give recommendations, similar recommendations to Sarah. We worked with her, what are the plans, what are the concerns. It's about what is the solution, how can we provide confidence, how can we build trust. So talking to the leader, number one, we did the legal evaluation. Our legal department did some evaluation, and we didn't see any legal barriers to get approved, number one. But we acknowledged the concerns. But understanding the context, the 4 years without having a regular school years, with all the challenges, we ask the same thing. What are your reserves? What are your plan to work with the teachers? I heard they have a plan to professional development, and also what are your plans with the leasing? And all these type of things and enrollment. So what the leader shared with us, at least with me, is that she didn't have any marketing because she didn't have the space, but she has a plan to start promoting once this is approved. When they have something approved, they will start promoting more marketing. They will have a year to do that, and with that and with all the information that she's provided, it's empirical information, but with these 4 years or 2 years of pandemics, we don't have enough data. So I think it's provided a lot of confidence for us to recommend approval because number one, we didn't see the legal barrier, but we see the will of the leader just to work on these concerns. And she hears your concerns and she's working on that. So that's why we made that recommendation.
Thank you for providing that additional clarification because your letter of support, I know you all do your due diligence and it really means a lot, carries a lot of weight for us, I believe. And then I'll finish up with Janelle. One of our parent, Maria, the teacher and parent, you talked about taking a chance on your child, and that connected with Janelle's comment on at some point we have all the data, and we look for the patterns, and we have a measure of faith. And so I wanted you kind of to speak to that because that I think is important because we do look for the patterns that are going to lead towards success, and at some point you have enough data, but it might not be 100% complete, but we look for those patterns and ultimately take that measure of faith because we think enough is there. So I wanted to hear you from attorney perspective to speak to that, and then that's my last question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sparks. I've been doing this for a while. I've been to a lot of these meetings up and down the state, and every time it comes, you can see it. You can see it on board members' faces. Something turns, right? And they want to take a chance, and that's what it comes down to. We are establishing a new school. In this case, we've got 4 years of operation of a school. But this is a new school, new grade levels, new facilities, new budgets, all of that. We have to have a measure of faith to say yes to that. And conversely, the law gives you quite a lot of tools to kind of keep the school in line if that's needed, both at the staff level and at the board level. So the law, this is not a blank check in any way, right? The law gives you a lot of ways to kind of rein it in. And you all have been very generous with your time, so I'll pause there, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear from you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Sparks. So we'll go to Dr. Williams.
Nina, real quick, does the response from Sycamore Creek, is that put into an official record? Referring to what was given to us in response to the staff report, is that a part of the public record?
It would go into it is a part of the public record because it came into our office. Mm-hmm. And so it was disseminated to the board members and the superintendent as requested, and it would be in our files so that if there was a request for it, yes, it would be available to the public.
I see. So it's not officially a part of anything that's on a website that the public can easily access. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. The reason why I asked that question is because everything that is in the staff report is rebutted with equal, if not stronger, responses in the memorandum dated July 28th, 2023. And that's from Sycamore Creek. So I just want to put that into the record because each and every one of the staff recommendations and findings is demonstratively and credibly rebuked by Sycamore Creek. So even though it may not be accessible to the public, the fact that we're talking about it now and I'm mentioning it, I think that's a very important part of the public record. Other than that, I think my colleagues spoke and asked great questions. The questions that I had were answered by them, so I will not take up any more time.
Thank you, Trustee Barkey.
Well, I agree with Dr. Williams. We've had so many questions answered. So I'm just going to talk a little bit personally. I've been on the campus several times. Despite the smell, there is a stinky dump right next door. And then if you want to tour the school, you actually, after you see a few classrooms, you have to have them unlock the gate to see the rest of the school. And so despite all of that, they have really persevered, in my opinion. I love the creativity, literally, in your presentation, and it's just there. I've seen it in person. Nobody that I know works harder than Sarah as the leader of the school, and I know a lot of the success, lies there. And of course, the staff compliments you. Everybody's amazing that I've ever met there. You always put students first. That was extremely evident during the pandemic when you were willing personally to expose a financial cost burden doing that, but you always put your students first. I'm definitely willing to invest and take a chance. I don't think it's a big gamble. I'm not a gambler at all. I'm very conservative with my money. I never go to Vegas, and I don't think you're a big gamble. I love what I see when I'm there. I've been to a graduation. I've seen the happy families. I've seen the happy students. I love the public comments I hear when people come to speak about you. Let's see what else. CCSA carries a lot of weight, so Javier's personal comments and memo, that's very, very important. And I think we talk a lot about the grades. I know that's been a big thing, but one thing that we have seen is the grades get better over time. So when the grades really start to count, when people are really looking at grades, people don't really look at kindergarten and first and second grade when you're applying for college and things like that. So I think it matters when your grades are improving. Let's see, what else can I tell you? I've made so many notes just listening tonight and just my thoughts, but I just think that you have overcome so many obstacles over these last years. I just know that you will be successful, and I'm very excited about the opportunity. And just very happy for you and your students, because I know your new home, they will thrive there in many ways. So thank you.
Very good. My colleagues did a thorough job of asking my questions as well, so I don't have any. So I would be happy to, let's see, we got
I will make a motion to approve them without conditions.
And I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes unanimously, so congratulations.
Congrats.
If appropriate, would it be okay to take a 5-minute break? So we'll come do a bathroom break and try to be back in 5 minutes. All right, 7 minutes.
I don't go to Vegas either, except for restaurants. to stay for more fireworks, you're welcome to stay.
Okay.
But if you want to go celebrate.
All right. Well, thank you for coming back together as we get settled. We got a couple trustees grabbing a drink, but we're going to go ahead and proceed now to item number 8, public hearing on textbooks and instructional materials.
We do have one public comment.
Thank you. Dr. Ramon Miramontes, Deputy Superintendent of Instructional Programs, will be facilitating this public hearing.
Good evening, President Shaw, members of the board. I would like to open the public hearing into the sufficiency of textbooks and instructional materials in accordance with Education Code 60605 and 33126. Mrs. Boyd, do you have any?
We have one public comment. Betty? Betty Chen?
Chu.
I mean, Chu.
We call her Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I couldn't read the writing, yes.
President Shaw, it's been a while. Congratulations. Trustees, I wish to thank each member of this board for your public service in this very difficult educational and environment in which so many diverse interests are involved, competing at times, and also because some of these call for innovative solutions that have been untested, and it calls for clear thinking, people with open minds that are concerned about their students, and contrary to what I heard earlier, that listens to the community, just as you did with reference to this particular school that preceded this presentation. This public hearing is mandated, quote, to ensure the availability of textbooks and instructional materials in order to be eligible to receive funds for that purpose, unquote. I am urging this board, as well as school districts under your supervision, to stop funding and to stop providing any Chinese language and or culture curriculum affiliated with or funded by the propaganda department of the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, and China's government itself, such as, but not limited to, the programs offered known as Confucius Classroom for K through 12. There are also other names that it goes by. State and federal policies targeted these programs as propaganda because of their purpose and other risks for U.S. national security, resulting in Confucius classroom closures. However, in recent years, they have reopened and flourished under new names to disguise their origination. Recently, I attended a school district meeting where the Chinese curriculum was recently continued, and I noticed that this was a curriculum that started years ago as a Confucius classroom program. The Chinese curriculum must be consistent, quote, consistent with the content and cycles of the curriculum framework adopted by the state board. The terms, conditions, and restrictions of the Confucius classroom program may not be in compliance with the state framework standards. That's why I urge the board to have its staff review the Chinese curriculum. Cutting ties with the CCP is particularly important now due to China's recent aggressive spying and threatening, quote, military exercise, unquote, tactics. As a Chinese American limited in the Chinese language, I recognize the importance of Chinese language and culture programs. I request that this board continue such programs and make sure that these programs are independent of, not infiltrated by, and not affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party in any way.
Your
I
time's
support the
expired, Betty.
resolutions.
Okay,
And thank you for
Betty.
your consideration.
We should have mentioned Betty during our introductions, the former mayor of Monterey Park, Betty Chu. It's great to have you.
Hearing no further public comments, I'd like to close the public meeting at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Miramontes. I believe Dr. Williams has a question.
So I've been working with Congresswoman Michelle Still on her House bill that addresses the issues of the Chinese institutes at the higher education level in college and universities. And I was surprised to learn about the Confucius classrooms and how the Chinese Communist Party has infiltrated K through 12 classrooms. So actually, Michelle, I had a resolution that was going to be presented here, but she couldn't make it, so I pulled it, and I'm going to present it in September at our next meeting. So we'll come back to this issue again. But my question to you, do we have anything that is from the CCP that addresses or includes Confucius classroom type instruction?
In our access programs?
Yes.
And in our special education classes? No.
We do not. How sure are you of that?
I've got the gentleman here who can give me and I know the curriculum in special ed as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. But it's not in any of our classrooms?
Correct.
Is it in some of the other school districts?
I couldn't tell you what other schools. I come from a K setting, and it's not part of the curriculum.
It wasn't, you were come from Buena Park, you didn't have it there. Okay, but it is somehow in 500 classrooms throughout our nation.
I wouldn't doubt the Betty who commented that. Yeah, so if she's got the facts, I'm sure they're probably there. I just know in Buena Park they're not there, and I know in our access and special education classrooms it's not happening.
Very good, thank you, sir.
Sure. Any
Dr.
other questions?
Miramontes? Yeah, since we're talking about this a little bit, aren't there laws in the state of California already pertaining to the teaching of communism? Can you refresh my memory on that?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but I could have staff definitely investigate that and get back to you with the
That'd be
correct
great.
information. Would you like that information?
Yes, please. I'm pretty sure in my brain, I think that we do not, that there are laws pertaining to that. I just wanted to refresh my memory on that. That'd be great. Any other questions?
No, my question was, is that an issue in any of our schools? Coincidentally, I passed a note to Nina asking the exact same question, and she said no. So we don't have Chinese textbooks or Chinese classrooms being taught in our access schools. So it sounds like it's out of our purview.
Okay. Anyone else? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's see, we will proceed to, item number 9. Adopt resolution number 11-23 stating that each pupil of the county office has available textbook and instructional. This is an action item. Okay. Does the staff have anything to say about this item number 9?
That was just we just had the public hearing on it, so Dr. Miramontes just answered the questions pertaining. The board is just now needs to adopt the resolution.
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Very well. Moved by Trustee Barkey. I will second. Any, all in favor? Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing none. We'll move to item number 10. So this is the fentanyl resolution. We had County Supervisor Don Wagner come and speak to us and ask us to adopt this resolution. I asked the staff to put this on our agenda relating to fentanyl. And so I don't know if there's...
I'll second the motion.
All right,
to
moved
approve
by
the
Dr.
resolution.
Williams, seconded by Trustee Barkey. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, thank you. So appreciate Supervisor Wagner's staff being here with us and appreciate his leadership on this issue. And, fentanyl has hit very close to home for many of us, so appreciate that. Thank you. So we'll move to item number 11, Resolution on Assembly Bill 1078. Dr. Williams, this was your item.
And we do have 4 public comments. I don't know if we take them after you speak or before, or? Before.
Why don't we go ahead and just
Okay.
take them now? all
Okay,
right?
so I'll call up Mr. Martinez, and on deck is Patty Cabada? Pat. First was Mr. Martinez, but I don't see a Mr. Martinez.
Is there a Mr. Martinez here?
Oh. Oh. It says Mr., but okay. Okay.
We're going to have a translator, okay.
Buenas noches. Good evening. Muchas gracias por escucharnos a cada uno de nosotros. Les agradecemos por su atención.
Thank you for listening to all of us here, and we appreciate your
Y en
concentration.
Y en los distritos que he ido yo, no he mirado esa frase que tienen ustedes atrás.
And in all the districts that I have visited, I have not seen the phrase standing behind you.
Estoy muy feliz mirar eso de atrás.
I'm very happy to see that phrase.
Estoy aquí para apoyar al maestro Ken Williams para lo de la ley AB 78.
I'm here to present my support for Mr. Ken Williams in regards to AB 78.
Quisiéramos que todos lo apoyáramos para que no pasara esto, porque si pasa, nos quitaría el derecho, o a ustedes, de podernos a estar con ustedes en una junta.
And I wish that everybody showed support and would demonstrate that this is important, that it doesn't go through, because it's important for us parents to be there during the meetings with you.
A nombre de Dios, quisiéramos que cada uno de ustedes meditaran y reflexionaran sobre esta ley.
In the name of God, I hope that you all take some time to meditate and reflect on the impact of this law.
Creemos que todos merecemos un respeto y sobre todo necesitamos como padres, soy madre y abuela y yo estoy aquí por mis nietos ya. Mi hija la más chica está en la universidad.
And I hope that just out of respect, everybody takes that into consideration. And I am here as a mother and a grandmother. My youngest is now attending college.
Yo creo que todos los maestros son muy buenos, pero también en estos tiempos hay maestros que quieren adoctrinar a nuestros niños.
Today, I believe that there's a lot of good teachers out there, but then there's also a lot that want to kind of indoctrinate our students as well.
No estamos de acuerdo que entren los LGTB a adoctrinar a los niños también, porque los niños no se tocan, los niños son de Dios.
And that also concerns me to have LGBTQ teachers in our children's school, because our kids are to be taught and not touched, as they are children of God.
De antemano, muchísimas gracias a cada uno de ustedes, porque yo los noto que son grandes seres y tienen una gran responsabilidad sobre la educación de nuestros niños.
And I just want to say thank you to all of you, because I could see that you are good people and that you have our children's well-being as a priority.
Gracias, que Dios los bendiga.
And thank you, and God bless you.
Gracias. Patty. Sorry. And Be Clever is up after Patty.
Hello, my name is Patricia Cabada, and I'm here, and I'm asking this board to please use your voices and speak out against AB 1078. This bill is very harmful to every single community. A lot of people assume that many minority communities are very much into the LGBT community, and that's not the case. It seems that the author of this bill doesn't take into consideration everyone's cultural and religious beliefs. If most of you have noticed, there's a lot of people immigrating here to the United States and migrating here to the state of California. What's going to happen to these immigrants that are fleeing persecution for their religious beliefs when they come to the state of California and realize that their children will be forced to have to look at certain types of material that goes against their cultural and religious beliefs? So now you have people that are fleeing a country, coming into a country that their children will be forced kind of into the same thing. They're not going to have the freedom of religious or their cultural beliefs. I want to thank you for always using your voices to speak up for the parents that you know have their certain religious and cultural beliefs. I want to thank you for always standing up against the people that choose to attack our county, and that is what I believe that the author of this bill is doing, is attacking counties like this, Orange County, because there are counties where communities do come together. They come together as parents, they come together to speak with staff members and administrations of different places. So I just, again, want to say thank you for having the courage that you do to speak out against these bills, because most people will persecute you for it, for sticking up for those that are too afraid, because I don't think most of you know that there's a lot of undocumented immigrants that are here in this county that would come to these meetings, but that are afraid to come to speak because they're afraid of repercussions that they would have. There's a lot of undocumented immigrants that do not agree with this LGBTQ stuff. It goes against their religious beliefs and cultural beliefs, but nobody likes to talk about those things. They only use undocumented and documented immigrants when it is in their favor. So again, I just wanted to say thank you for having the courage on being on who you are and always sticking up for the parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Via Clever, followed by Monica Lee.
Good evening, President Shaw and board members. I want to thank you for supporting conservative, constitutional family values. I've been to a lot of school board meetings, and this is probably one I will not leave with a high blood pressure, because you guys are so organized, you've done your research, you're intelligent. It's just pleasant to be here. We are one nation under God, and all men are created equal. So therefore, we are colorblind. And if we're not our problem. Anyway, I just want to commend you also for your support of charter schools. Amen. Our inalienable rights come from God, not from any government entity. Our children are gifts from God, and they are therefore our responsibility. They are not to be conscripted by any organization, recycled, indoctrinated by any evil agenda. They are to be loved, protected, and rejoiced in their individuality. You guys support that. Thank you. Our aim is to help them develop into individuals, productive citizens of our country. It is pure evil, actually I called it unprocessed sewage, to groom, pervert these precious souls when they are in public schools. They don't even know what to wear in the morning when they get up, let alone be crippled by what gender or what color their skin is. And anyone who should cause these children to stumble, it's a shame on them. It is our right and our responsibility as parents, grandparents, as adopted parents, not the schools, to do what is best for them and our children, and to be involved in our children's lives. I support Dr. Kin's resolution to oppose the unconstitutional bill of AB 1078. Thank you for defending the parents' rights and preventing irreversible damage to these young minds. They should be loved and allowed to grow up, not confused. There was a time when this sewage was considered pornography, and adults parading naked were arrested for indecent exposure. There are only two sexes and hundreds of mental disorders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Monica is up.
Hi, I'm here to support Dr. Kent's resolution to oppose AB 1078. 1078 is an attempt to take local control away from local Board of Education. What is local control? Local control means people's will. When higher government gathers power, that undermines the local vote power or people's will, and we cannot allow that to happen. So I really appreciate Dr. Kent for bringing this up for this resolution. I would also like to take this opportunity to let the board know how much we, Orange County residents, appreciate the incredible job that you're all doing. Many charter schools have been approved by this board, as well as Sycamore Creek today, to give Orange County children the opportunity for a real quality education, focusing on academics instead of indoctrination. Thank you, board, for always being on the side of parents, and thank you for always fighting for our Orange County children from a dangerous left ideology. You are doing God's work in such hostile environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it, right?
That's it.
So I've seen Dr. Phil on TV, and you guys have given me a new word. I'm going to now refer to my colleague as Dr. Ken. I love that. So, Dr. Ken, did you have more comments?
Sure. So this is a bill that's been through a lot in the last several months. I just want to go through this, the process, because May 1st, it was gutted and amended when it went to the Assembly Education Committee. The essence of this bill is to remove local control of education, basically to undermine the LCAP, the Local Control and Accountability Plan, as well as many of the state education codes, which I state here in this resolution, Education Code 233.5. I'm not going to read all these. State Education Code 60002 and 5110. So all of these are education codes and language that gives the authority to the local school boards and county boards of education to select their curriculum material. Now, what's happened is Assemblyman Jackson, who is a freshman, he was last year on the Riverside County Board of Education. He came in and he made these parts of this bill that really took away from all these education codes. It made all these education codes in the LCAP null and void. In fact, it was so bad that the fellow Democrat individuals on that education committee gutted it and amended it, and Mr. Jackson accepted that, in essence, neutralizing any of the offensive bad language in this bill. Now, what happened was Orange County State Senator Josh Newman, shamefully, in a rarely used maneuver, allowed Mr. Jackson to put back all that offensive language into the bill and resurrected it, basically. It went to the Senate Education Committee, and it passed from there, and now it's up and active. So normally, when a bill is amended, the Assembly accepts the amendment and it moves on and it's not altered in any way. But this is a very unusual effort here made by State Senator Joshua Newman. So right now, it's in committee, it's still moving along the way, and it's made a lot of headway. And I think a lot of, and I'm going to be showing a video here, which I believe kind of describes what's happening now in our culture and our society. I refer to it as the origins of this bill, and it really is the intersection of state usurpation of local control of education through this bill. It's state laws that are being neutralized or marginalized. It's the rights of parents that are being taken away, as well as local control to direct local school boards and help local school boards make curricular decision. In essence, it is government overreach at its best. So I think this video represents a summary of how we got here and how we're here. I worked on this resolution, by the way, for the benefit of my fellow board members with our Sacramento lobbyist, Tom Sheehy. And it is a conservative constitutional governance policy that I think this resolution is based upon. So with that, I'm going to, I reduced the time for my video, but I think it kind of allows us to see the intersection, how we got to this dialogue and how we got here publicly. So if the staff can lower the lights and begin the video. You may have to turn up the volume. Hi, this is Dr. Ken Williams. I'm going to be presenting a little bit about the origins of Assembly Bill 1078 by Assemblyman Jackson. Basically, this is a usurpation of the local control of education that's been guaranteed to us by education codes. It's a loss of parental rights, and certainly it's a government overreach, and we don't need it. So let me tell you a little bit more. What there is a visceral reaction by parents to what is being taught in schools. Is it from COVID? Is it because of loss of 2 years of education that was caused by various entities like the California Teachers Association and other progressives? Or is it just because parents are now concerned of what's happening to their children and they see the darkness and they see the laws that are coming about? Maybe a little bit of both.
Ban any instructional materials, including books. You need state approval first to be able to do. Ban any instructional materials, including books. You need state approval first to be able to do.
And I really wanted to actually go on the path of medically transitioning. And I told my parents about this, and they started to get concerned as to why I wanted it so badly. They didn't really understand why. They went to my doctors for a second opinion to maybe not only figure out where these feelings were coming from, but they wanted to know why I wanted this so badly, why it couldn't just wait until I was an adult, and what the chances would be of me regretting this were I to go through it as a kid. And their concerns were just completely dismissed.
Last week in California, the Chino Valley Unified School District voted to require schools to do this. Sounds radical. Notify parents if their child identifies transgender. Shouldn't parents know that? Well, under the new policy, schools must now inform parents if a student wants to use a different name or pronoun, or if their child wants to use a different bathroom.
My 4-year-old and my 2-year-old daughters will not change in front of biological men. This is ridiculous. I don't care what party you are a part of. If you think that we're all equal and the same biologically, you've literally lost your mind. And when my 2 daughters work hard in the sport, work hard in their craft to be the best that they can be amongst other women, they will compete against other women. I owe Victoria and Olivia and every other young lady in this country that.
So it's an assault upon family values, upon people of faith, upon those beliefs that are fundamental that made America great. And we see people from various factions who really don't like America. They hate America. They hate the American flag.
I agree death to America, but I also agree death to Christian fascists. I agree about death to America. I can't burn the flag.
You will burn this flag? You try. Try to burn this flag.
I agree death to America, but I also agree death to Christian fascists. I agree about death to America. I can't burn the flag.
You will burn this flag? You try. this flag.
So why Christians prayed outside of Sacramento State Capitol. What happened in the inside was an abomination and just incredible. Why the Senate Democrats were honoring drag queens. Yes, they're honoring drag queens. An assault upon traditional family values and people of faith, of all faiths. Just incredible. You see, a local control and accountability plan guarantees local control. But a few districts in California, they just didn't play ball with the state government and what they wanted to do in education and in curriculum. And certainly it's an overreach by government in that local school boards, local county boards of education have the right to determine curriculum and what is taught to children. And finally, we have Chloe, who's going to give us her testimony of what happened to her and her life's journey. May it be a wake-up call to all parents, because we need to know what's happening out there in schools and education. We need to be involved, because we have the right to direct the upbringing of our kids. Thank you very much.
My name is Chloe Cole, and I am a detransitioner. Another way to put that would be, I used to believe that I was born in the wrong body. And the adults in my life whom I trusted affirmed my belief, and this caused me lifelong, irreversible harm. I speak to you today as a victim of one of the biggest medical scandals in the history of the United States of America. I speak to you in the hope that you will have the courage to bring the scandal to an end and ensure that other vulnerable teenagers, children, and young adults don't go through what I went through. At the age of 12, I began to experience what my medical team would later diagnose as gender dysphoria. I was well into an early puberty, and I was very uncomfortable with the changes that were happening to my body. I was intimidated by male attention, and when I told my parents that I felt like a boy, in retrospect, all I meant was that I hated puberty, that I wanted this newfound sexual attention to go away, that I looked up to my brothers a little bit more than I did to my sisters. I came out as transgender in a letter I sent on the dining room table. My parents were immediately concerned. They felt like they needed to get outside help from medical professionals, but this proved to be a mistake. It immediately set our entire family down a path of ideologically motivated deceit and coercion. The gender specialist I was taken to see told my parents that I needed to be put on puberty-blocking drugs right away. They asked my parents a simple question: would you rather have a dead daughter or a living transgender son? The choice was enough for my parents to let their guard down, and in retrospect, I can't blame them. This was the moment that we all became victims of so-called gender-affirming care. I was fast-tracked onto puberty blockers and then testosterone. The resulting menopausal-like hot flashes made focusing on school impossible. I still get joint pains and weird pops in my back, but they were far worse when I was on the blockers. A month later, when I was 13, I had my first testosterone injection. It's caused permanent changes to my body. My voice will forever be deeper, my jawline sharper, my nose longer, my bone structure permanently masculinized, my Adam's apple more prominent, my fertility unknown. I look in the mirror sometimes and I feel like a monster. I had a double mastectomy at 15. They tested my amputated breast for cancer. And I was cancer-free, of course. I was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with my still developing body or my breasts, other than that, as an insecure teenage girl, I felt awkward about it. After my breasts were taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated. Before I was able to legally drive, I had a huge part of my future womanhood taken from me. I will never be able to breastfeed. I struggle to look at myself in the mirror at times. I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction. And I have massive scars across my chest, and the skin grafts that they took of my nipples are weeping fluid today, and they were grafted into a more masculine positioning, they said. After surgery, my grades in school plummeted. Everything that I went through did nothing to address my underlying mental health issues that I had. And my doctors, with their theories on gender, thought that all my problems would go away as soon as I was surgically transformed into something that vaguely resembled a boy. Their theories were wrong. The drugs and surgeries changed my body, but they did not and could not change the basic reality that I am and forever will be a female. When my specialist first told my parents that they could have a dead daughter or a live transgender son, I wasn't suicidal. I was a happy child who struggled because she was different. However, at 16, after my surgery, I did become suicidal. I'm doing better now, but my parents almost got the dead daughter promised to them by my doctors. My doctors had almost created the very nightmare they said they were trying to avoid. So what message do I want to bring to American teenagers and their families? I didn't need to be lied to. I needed compassion. I needed to be loved. I needed to be given therapy to help me work through my issues, not affirm to my delusion that by transforming into a boy, it would solve all my problems. We need to stop telling 12-year-olds that they were born wrong, that they are right to reject their own bodies and feel uncomfortable with their own skin. We need to stop telling children that puberty is an option, that they can choose what kind of puberty they will go through, just so they can choose what clothes to wear or what music to listen to. Puberty is a rite of passage to adulthood, not a disease to be mitigated. Today, I should be at home with my family celebrating my 19th birthday, and instead I'm making a desperate plea to my elected representatives. Learn the lessons from other medical scandals like the opioid crisis, to recognize that doctors are human too, and sometimes they are wrong. My childhood was ruined along with thousands of detransitioners that I know through our networks. This needs to stop. You alone can stop it. Enough children have already been victimized by this barbaric pseudoscience. Please let me be your final warning. Thank you. Please let me be your final warning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Dr. Williams. So I'm sure that was a tremendous amount of work there, Ken, so appreciate those efforts. Is there comments from any other trustee? The item before us, it says resolution on Assembly Bill 1078. So, we keep talking about saying the word LCAP, local control and accountability plan. And obviously the intent of this legislation is to substantially diminish local control that school districts might have. So I'm assuming you want to make a motion.
I just want to understand and clarify something before we
Sure.
move further. I just want to make sure I understand that the idea behind this bill is basically that Sacramento makes all the decisions rather than the local control of education in terms of authority and autonomy of local school boards to make curricular decisions, book adoption decisions, or what's the crux of, what's the heart of this bill?
So when local control, or when the LCAP came out several years ago, it was to minimize and decrease Sacramento's impact upon local control of education. And what this does is basically reverse it. It's so bad, this bill, that the California School Boards Association stands right now, as of this version, opposed to it.
Yeah, I saw that.
So we're standing with credible individuals and organizations and entities to oppose this bad bill.
Yeah. I mean, just for the public, I want to make sure the public really understands the crux of the bill. And basically, it's taking away, as I understand it, taking away local control in terms of limiting authority and autonomy of local school boards in decision-making for curriculum and
Right. It's a knee-jerk reaction by Assemblyman Jackson, who came into office this year and whose bill is originally, it was gutted. It was so bad. It took away local control, and the Democratic majority, his peers, did that to his bill. It was that bad. And then shame on State Senator Josh Newman for resurrecting and through a rarely used political maneuver, reintroduce those amendments back into the bill. So we're back where we were, but now it's become politically charged and gaslighted because of other school districts that have taken the matter into their own and have opposed Sacramento leaders' ideas about what should be taught to kids. The State Board of Education creates guidelines, and a school district can choose whether or not to make that something they emphasize, or whether they de-emphasize and emphasize a certain other part of the state education guidelines. So in essence, this bill dilutes local control of education, something that we've enjoyed forever.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments from the board? I assume you want to make a motion, Dr. Williams?
Yes, if it hasn't been made, I make the motion.
All right. Move to pass this resolution and formally oppose Assembly Bill 1078. I will second that. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. We will proceed to item number 12, resolution, I'm sorry. Yes, item number 12, resolution authorizing filing of 4020 petition.
And we do have 2 public comments.
Terrific.
Did they go first?
Sure, let's take them first.
Okay. We have Nancy Watkins, followed by Bill Masters. Well, it looks like Bill Masters at the end of the meeting. So Nancy Watkins.
Talking about overreach of government and power grab, and listening to some of the comments about how important it is to follow the democratic processes of our state and our nation. The County Committee on School District Reorganization is created in each county by the California State Legislature and is elected by representatives from local boards of education. It's a nonpartisan entity tasked with studying and making recommendations in the areas of the organization and reorganization of school districts, changes in school district boundaries, and a number of trustees and the manner by which they are elected. Agenda item number 12 is a resolution authorizing the filing of a petition to initiate a process through the State Board of Education to do away with this Democratic County Committee of School District Organization, to kill the committee and then take the committee's duties and powers onto itself. In December 2021 and January 22, the county committee, having the authority to make the final decision, held several meetings to review and finalize the Orange County Board of Education area maps for trustee elections for the next 10 years. The committee rebuffed Orange County Board of Education's favored map and selected one that the committee found to be more respectful, keeping local school district boundaries intact within the Orange County Board of Education trustee areas. The Orange County Board of Education brought a lawsuit against the committee challenging its authority to make this decision. That matter, that's an issue of law, was heard and determined by a trial court via a summary judgment motion in 2022. The county committee won. But the Orange County Board of Education did not agree with the judgment, and so as their right, they asked their legal counsel to direct an appeal for that decision. That appellate matter is tentatively scheduled for hearing in late August, but what I'm hearing is that that may be postponed. When I see this resolution to start a 4020 petition, I see more attorney's fees. All of them, for both sides, for the board and for the department, will come out of taxpayers' dollars, school funding for the county's most in-need students. To me, this demonstrates continued fiscal irresponsibility from this board, and it illustrates that the Orange County Board of Education distrusts its community and the democratic process. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Rowland, would you like to?
Yes, Mr. Rowland, would you step up there?
I too am going to try to err on the side of brevity this evening because there's not a lot in that I can add to what's in the resolution. But simply put, this is good government. This is efficiency and accountability. This is exactly why Education Code Section 4020 was passed to eliminate the inefficiencies between county committees and boards of education. And that is exactly why 2/3 of the counties in the state of California have their county committee. It has the County Board of Education acting as the county committee. And that's exactly why the State Board of Education has granted the last several petitions. The reasons for this petition are set forth in the resolution. Efficiency and clarity. To the citizens' point, the inefficiency and unclearness about this whole process is what led to several $100,000 of attorney's fees that have been paid. In 1977, the Board of Supervisors granted the County Board of Education the authority to serve as a county committee, and for some reason, they haven't done it, which led to the dispute in 2020 and 2021. Administrative efficiency. The county committee has performed 9/10 of the duties identified by the citizen. There is absolutely no reason to keep them together, and it's well within the business of the board to do that, well within the board's capability. Fiscal prudence. Again, I agree. The department, the superintendent's office, supports the county committee fiscally. About $250,000, and I don't know if that includes the attorney's fees. And neither the superintendent's office nor the board has any authority over the county committee. We can eliminate that fiscal responsibility and public accountability. The public doesn't elect the county committee. By way of example, there was an issue in the redistricting process about splitting the Vietnamese community. The Vietnamese community preferred the board's map because their voting power was diluted. Now, the Vietnamese community didn't have a way to come back and vote. They couldn't vote against anybody in the county committee. If we transfer 30 to the Board of Education, you will be responsible to the citizenry. We are very confident that this is good government, its efficiencies, its accountabilities. We're so confident that we've publicly asked the county committee to join us in this effort. And we've asked the superintendent's office to join us in this effort because we believe there are no governmental reasons against it. So with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you. May I go ahead? Actually, I was going to ask this question. Has Dr. Maharis had a chance to consider the request from the board on supporting our resolution?
We have shared the information that was received from Mr. Rowland. I do have a statement from the superintendent that I can read into the record.
Okay.
As you know, by law, the county superintendent serves as the ex officio secretary and executive officer to the county board and also serves as the secretary to the county committee. Regarding the petition, the county superintendent will provide any requests for information or inquiries by the California Department of Education and the State Board of Education regarding the petition to transfer duties. Until such information is requested by CDE, California Department of Ed, or the State Board, and until the county committee has an opportunity to respond to the petition, the county superintendent is not in a position to comment. For clarification, by law, the County School Services Fund supports the functions of the county superintendent, the county board, and the county committee on school district organization. The county committee is and has always been supported by staff employed by the county superintendent. However, only a small portion of the salary and benefits of staff assigned to support the county committee are charged to the county committee budget, as staff are assigned primarily to serve OCDE and other capacities. Further, Members of the county committee serve without compensation or health and welfare benefits. Aside from recently incurred legal expenses, the budget for the county committee has been generally under $40,000 per year. Regardless of whether the county committee or the county board perform the functions of the county committee, the same budget allocation and support staff will be necessary to support the work of the county committee.
On behalf of the board, we want to thank Superintendent Maharis for his response. Thank you.
And I believe Mr. Riel is the counsel to the committee. I don't know if the committee's had a chance to take a position. May I ask you about that? No position formally from them? Okay, very good. Trustee Valdez, you have a question? Yeah, you seemed a little, okay, go ahead.
Regarding the public comment about the county committee, Mr. Rowland, the statement in the public comment was that a county committee is in every county. That statement is false, correct?
In 37 of the 58 counties, the County Board of Education serves as a county committee.
So that was, did you say that was 2/3?
I did.
So there is a committee, but it's the County Board of Education members are also functioning as, so that is the majority of counties in the state.
Okay. Yeah. Is any member of the county committee elected? Let's go through that again.
My understanding is they are elected as school board members, but they're selected from school boards. So there's no election to the county committee. It's not unlike when we select a representative to CSBA.
Okay. And the map that was drawn for the last election, the first map, okay, by this county committee that's supposed to fairly draw districts, they split the Vietnamese community in half, correct? Is that accurate?
The map that was approved by the county committee split the Vietnamese community.
Okay, and they put every trustee on who was running for election out of their district, correct?
That's not the map that was approved by the county committee. That was a map that was submitted by the county committee that did remove trustees from their trustee area. And after further public comment against it, they decided not to do that.
So the first map they put forth put every trustee, I just want to get this right so we're accurate. The first map that they put forward put every trustee out of their own trustee area.
That's my recollection. It was drawn around people's houses.
And then this board sued them, right? And then they negotiated back to put the trustees who had been duly elected back in their districts, correct?
Not exactly.
Okay.
I think it was public comment.
Yeah, public comment swayed the opinion of the county committee. They approved a map that we found less egregious, but it wasn't as close to the Voting Rights Act and wasn't as close to the percentages as our map was. So the lawsuit about the county committee was not about necessarily that. It was about who had the authority under Education Code Section 1000. It's a completely different process than we're going through now.
Okay. I just wanted to get the facts straight.
And I have a couple of questions / comments. I keep hearing from people who speak about the county committee that school districts were kept whole, which is just not true because my school district of Newport Beach was split completely in half and blown up completely, split between Mary Barkey and myself. Ended up being fine because Barkey and Sparks just, they knew
they're the same person.
Either one, they could vote for us.
Never been seen together in public. Yeah.
But it split, that district completely in the middle, right? So that argument really didn't make sense.
Irvine as well, I believe. I'm now sharing Irvine with Ken.
Yeah, and yeah, that's an additional. So I wanted to clarify that. And then the other thing that just kind of strikes me is I think you gave a figure of more than $250,000 was spent by the county committee on various activities related to the county committee, or what was that?
We made a request. I don't exactly know how much money it was. It was $240 something. That was a budget item for the county committee this last budget cycle.
That does include the legal fees.
That does.
That's the reason why it was so high this year. Previous years, it's been under 40,000, but it was higher this year because of the legal fees.
Wasn't there also excessive redistricting fees because we had already paid for a very fair and balanced redistricting and then they redistricted?
I don't know. I'm not going to presume to understand the breakdown of the $250,000. I do know that we paid the demographer, Dr. Douglas Johnson, $50,000.
But even the 40,000 a year, let's just say, I mean, that could be
And
saved.
there was another demographer hired by the county committee, and I don't know what their.
The board would still have the same expense regardless, because the staff time that supports the county committee would now be supporting the board. So that $40,000 is going to be an expenditure irregardless of where it resides.
I don't think we'd have double demographers, though, or triple demographers.
Right.
No, and I'm not speaking to that. I was just clarifying the question with regards to ongoing costs. There will still be an ongoing budget dollar amount, which has always been there.
I would like to say something to correct the record. The words that were shared were political and campaign related. It was no such thing as a democratic process, this county committee. It is a very partisan board made up of 11 Democrats and 2 Republicans. The vote was always that way. This is very physically responsible, what we're doing. Also, I need to correct a record by Billy Joe Wright, who earlier spoke. Billy Joe Wright is the CTA union boss who drew a map based upon data that was taken from the former county supervisor, now Congressman Lou Correa, and his staff. We know that by documentation, and it was drawn specifically upon data to move us around out of our district. So we would, like, I wouldn't be up for re-election. I was, I think, in the same district as you. So this was a very political process. It is certainly a partisan issue, and the reason we ended up in a lawsuit was because in the 2 previous district efforts that we as a Board of Education did, we drew our own map, we did it properly, we didn't violate any civil rights violation like the county committee created, and they are potentially could be sued, by the way, and there may be litigants involved against the county committee for their violation of the Civil Rights Act. So we did it before 2 times in the previous 2 decades. The county committee agreed with it. We interpreted the state education codes as that as long as we stay within almost perfect numbers, we were off by 1 or 2%.
1%.
1% population
Yeah,
balance.
as long as we were within that, we were perfectly legitimate what we did. Unfortunately, the county committee, with their map that they finally adopted, they were way off. And that's where the civil rights violation came. So I just wanted to correct the record
Yes,
tonight.
and to add to that, for the public, Mr. Rowland or Dr. Williams, could you explain what that means? Like making sure that we follow the law and the rules for creating
I
a
think I
map?
could give a crack at
Why
that.
don't you give it a crack?
Okay.
So the Voting Rights Act allows populations to vary up to 10%, if I recall correctly. So we're breaking Orange County into 5 different districts, trustee areas. The populations ideally would be perfectly balanced between the 5, but that gets a little tricky. So they do let you to have a little variation, but the Voting Rights Act says no more than a 10% variation. I believe the committee's map varied around about 9. It was
Ours was.
Ours was perfectly balanced, as I recall, but the committees, I think, had about a 9%
Yes.
variation. So they were just under what would legally be allowed under the Voting Rights Act. So that's the committee's map had a much greater variance than ours. That was
Because you
perfect,
want to
so.
keep those communities of interest as together as possible. Is
Well, if you're a voter in trustee area 4 and you're a voter in trustee area 1 or 5 or whatever, your vote versus is going to be diluted by other votes. So if you have a population that's very small, your one vote counts for a lot more than if you're in a humongous district with tons of voters. So for the principle of one man, one vote, you want to have equally populated districts so that your vote counts as much, whether you live in San Clemente or La Habra or anywhere in between. Right? So,
Thank you.
any other questions or comments over here? One of my takeaways from the whole fun of the redistricting conversation, you can keep cities intact where you don't draw a line through a city. You can keep school boards intact where you don't draw any trustee boundary through a school district. You can keep districts equally populated. You can have them very compact looking, but you can't do all of those things. It becomes very difficult to check every single box, and that's why. The other thing with the Voting Rights Act, of course, is the ethnic communities. So the committee map and our map both put West Anaheim and Santa Ana into the same district, as I recall, to ensure that we had a Latino majority district there, and that's pretty important. Our map obviously did a lot better job, I think, of keeping the Vietnamese community of Little Saigon all together into one district. And I know when it comes to these things, people tend to put themselves in the center of the universe, but I mean, I'm a resident of La Habra. Under the committee map, I would be representing Garden Grove and Westminster, and I wouldn't be representing Brea. I live about a quarter of a mile from Brea, which from where I live, they kind of went straight down, all the way down here on the west. I thought our map, frankly, for District 4, it was a North County district. I would have gone from Yorba Linda over to Buena Park, a West district, a Central, an East, a South district. I thought our map, frankly, looked pretty good, but that's my humble opinion.
And that's Buena Park, where you previously served as mayor and councilman.
No. La Habra.
La Habra.
La Habra. I wouldn't pretend to be the mayor of Buena Park. No. Okay. All right, so where were we? We need to take a vote, I believe.
You do need to take a vote.
I will make a motion in favor of the, is it a resolution?
There is a resolution.
Yes, I will make a,
I'll second that resolution
Thank you.
motion.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you, passes unanimously. We will go to item number 13, Media Services Resolution.
And Greg or Mr. Rowland will call you up again.
Thank you. When I,
We have to bring it to motion second, then we can discuss
Oh.
it. That's our parliamentary procedure.
I make a motion to approve this.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Now we'll go ahead and have the staff report.
Excuse us. We just need a capture.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You
I
make-
believe I made the motion, Dr. Williams seconded.
We're trying to follow our
And now we're
parliamentary
discussing.
procedures.
I forgot to do that.
Sorry.
All right. Mr. Rowland, what's this item about?
this item is about cooperation. When I got on the plane this morning, I was thrilled to introduce this item because it's novel, it's transparent, it's well-researched. But more importantly, it was an avatar about cooperation between the board and the superintendent. When I got off the plane, I found out that it wasn't received in the spirit in which it was intended. I got an email from staff counsel calling us to task for taking this item public and suggesting that our offers to collaborate on a policy were disingenuous. By way of background, so everybody knows, the executive committee met with superintendent staff, senior staffers, to have a discussion about the board's access to the media services department because it was becoming a recurring issue. Everybody at the table shared valid concerns about the use of public dollars on informational videos. So the board offered to do a comprehensive research memorandum, share it with staff, so we could together make these decisions and together make determinations about what was right and what was wrong. We did that. We did the work. We didn't have to share it, but we did. We did it because we said we would, and we did it to facilitate collaboration. And one more thing. I, like Janelle, have been doing this a long time. And I've never seen a local board or a county board that tackles complex, important, novel legal issues and then shows its work, puts it in the public arena for public scrutiny, input, and criticism. You should be proud. So that's what we did. So I'm going to ask that you approve this resolution with two changes. First of all, on page 2, the final paragraph, your lawyer misquoted Government Code Section 8314. So after states in relevant part, it should read, it is unlawful for any elected state or local officer, including any state or local appointee, employee, or consultant, to use or permit others to use public resources for campaign activity or personal purposes which are not authorized by law. I will provide this language to staff, and I will revise the resolution accordingly. The other change that I respectfully request is on number 9 on page 4. It says the board shall develop and approve a board policy pertaining to the implementation of this resolution. I respectfully request an amendment that reads, the board will collaborate with the superintendent's staff to develop and approve a board policy pertaining to the implementation of this resolution.
I think they might, just so we all get it. Could you read that one more time, Greg?
The revision we are requesting is, the board shall collaborate with the superintendent's staff to develop and approve a board policy pertaining to the implementation of this resolution.
All right.
So there's going to need to be a subsidiary motion accepting the amendments.
I will make that subsidiary motion with that revised language.
Yeah.
Were you going to also amend language related to the inference that the superintendent has agreed to these items in the whereases?
I don't think that makes that inference. Okay. I'm not suggesting that amendment.
I will second your revised motion.
And just for the record, I'm assuming everyone understands Superintendent Mijares. We're not speaking for him in suggesting he agrees with this at this point, right? So we're going to work on collaborating.
It was called to the attention of Mr. Rowland because the third whereas states the board and the superintendent wish to establish lawful parameters.
Okay.
And so that was one of the things that was called out.
Well, we certainly hope he does.
Okay.
So we put it to a vote?
Well, yeah,
More
I
discussion?
think we're going to have a discussion. Dr. Williams?
Yeah. By the way, thank you, Mr. Rowland, for your hard work. I'm happy to see that this is an issue that we've been talking about for a long time about media services. I've had many private conversations with Superintendent Mijares about using staff to create social media. He has always, or the other option I told him is we can do it ourselves using the education codes if he doesn't want to share in that responsibility and allow us to have social media. So that's something that we've been talking about for a long, long time. I've been having private conversations with Al. And so now we're kind of putting that into policy now, correct? Isn't that the reason you're doing this?
What we're trying to do is come up with a process whereby the parties can agree that the board has access to the superintendent's $1.7 million media services department. Individual requests sometimes are granted, sometimes they aren't, but they aren't requests from the board. And so we had the meeting and we interpreted a great deal of receptivity from the superintendent staff on this issue. So we went about doing the research and submitting it for scrutiny. So yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. We're trying to put this into policy, put this into a collaborative implementation model.
Okay, so on page 2, there's a whereas that you have to use more language describing that education code. That's something that's easy to do. What I don't understand is the second changes that you want to do on number 9 on page 4.
The second changes were to dispel any concerns that we want to collaborate with staff on this policy.
So you're saying that we're going to have language now that will say that this board will work with staff or shall collaborate pertaining to the implementation.
That's what I'm asking for.
Okay.
I'm asking you to direct me to work with them.
Okay, so this
they seem
language
to-
change that you're recommending is to do that, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, what I don't understand is you were pushed back by the superintendent's attorney on this?
I received an email communication taking issue with our willingness to work together on a policy. I just want to make sure that there are no illusions about this board is willing to work together with the superintendent's staff on this policy.
And I haven't seen that email, but.
Because I haven't showed it to you.
You haven't showed it to me. So is that email something that I should take as though the pushback is really bad and this is a bad resolution?
No, I think you should take it as is a tough morning.
A what?
A tough morning. That's how I interpret it. I have really tough mornings, particularly Mondays. That's what I interpret it as.
Okay.
I just don't want to leave any doubt.
Dr. Boyd.
If I could just comment and put it in context, we had conversation, the senior leadership of the department, and it was not intended that, how do I phrase this? What we took issue with, because as Mr. Rowland said, we met with Mr. Rowland, we met with the executive committee, and we had really positive dialogue. I think both sides, if you want to say sides, the board, staff, our attorneys, we had some really good conversation about how we'd like to work and move forward in the future and mutual things that we could agree upon. What was challenging was to receive this document as an item to be presented to the board for action without us having had a chance to dialogue about the document. That was what we were taking issue with, that we hadn't had a chance to have some conversation related to what Mr. Rowland researched and came up with. Unfortunately, when the document came forward to Daru and myself to be placed on the agenda, our council was on vacation and just returned from vacation, so we weren't able to have conversation and then respond to Mr. Rowland prior to the posting and so forth. And we had hoped in good faith in terms of our conversations that we would have had an opportunity to respond, or this would have been presented as an information item for the full board and staff to dialogue about, and then you all take action at a future meeting. And so it was process that was of concern, and that's why the inference with regards to, did we miss something? Was there really collaboration at that meeting? We all walked away thinking, because the way that this came forward, it was, here's a document, we've researched it and placed it on the agenda.
So Mr. Rowland did not have his espresso coffee that morning, and that's why it was a bad morning. Okay.
I wasn't suggesting I was having a bad morning.
Okay.
I was suggesting others were, but I think that corroborates what occurred between. Let me finish, Dr. Williams. I apologize. We put together a resolution. A resolution is the board's position on a particular item. Offered to collaborate on a policy. That's how it's implemented. Period.
Okay.
But the resolution also included language that's for the superintendent. It appears to speak for the superintendent as opposed to it just being clearly.
Agree to disagree. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
she's
that's
saying
fine.
the third paragraph, whereas the board and superintendent wish to establish lawful parameters. She's suggesting that.
The third and the fourth. And the fourth one
Yeah.
says that whereas the board and superintendent understand and appreciate the use of public resource, so forth. Not saying that the superintendent doesn't agree to those things, but it's just, there's language there that's speaking on behalf of the superintendent, and the superintendent had no input with regards to agreeing.
Under number 3, when it says the board and superintendent are co-equal sovereign entities with equitable access to public resources, that's interpreted as being anti-superintendent? I mean, that's a true statement,
It's
isn't
our
it?
purview, according to our council, that we approve the resolution as he just stated. And then we, as the board, give him the authority to collaborate with the superintendent on this.
Okay.
End of story. No more discussion.
All right, works for me. Let's vote.
Okay. Thank
Time
you.
to vote.
That helps.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. We will proceed to item number 14.
Thank you, Dr. Sparks.
You're welcome.
Approve the waiver and release agreement from the Alliance of Schools for Cooperative Insurance Programs. This is an action item. Did we have a staff report of any kind? Renee, I see your name on here.
So this is the legal document that basically executes the payment of the insurance payment for Rancho Sonado to the board. So in that final settlement, after we've gone back and forth, is the 2.5 million, and they've already paid us 693,916 to date. So the 2.5 million is in addition to that. And so as a reminder, since we're not building the same buildings that we had there, we're asking for the cash instead, so we can use it towards a future project. So the insurance only pays for what you had and not something different.
Right. Okay. Questions, Dr. Williams?
Yeah, so this is obviously something that's very important to us, especially for me. I drive by there almost every single day. I live out in that neck of the woods, and it's an incredible piece of land and opportunity for the community to collaborate. We're going to have now close to $3.5 million in an account to rebuild.
Actually, the board set aside $15 million.
Oh, $15 million. And that's what it's going to cost to rebuild that, huh? Wow.
To the new design, yes, because it'll be
Up to code and
it'll
all.
be
Yeah.
well, it'll be a very different experience than what we currently had up there.
Okay,
And so this will go into that pot to help pay the 15 million, basically.
got it.
Okay.
And how are we along that process of designing and implementation of this new goal? And again, it was the community that the board wanted to be
Right,
involved
and so
in.
we are still in the process of working with the architects,
Okay.
and we've just finished hiring the final we had a geotechnical experience. I mean, we've had to hire so many consultants as part of that plan.
Right.
And so that's in the process, and they're moving forward. And so a little slower than I think I'd anticipated. Nina said maybe I was unrealistic, but I was hoping we would go further. And then they're also having to work through the county fire authority for approval. So there's just a lot of agencies. So we are in that process, working through it as quickly as we can, but that's kind of delay.
Okay, thank you.
Terrific. Any other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
I am going to abstain on this one.
Okay, one abstention. Trustee Valdez. So we'll proceed to information items. Legislative update, Dr. Williams?
For the sake of time, I'm going to hold off on any announcements.
Very good. Trustee Valdez, the website revisions and community outreach. You asked to speak about.
Thank you, President Sparks. So last month,
Shaw.
Same letter, you know.
Thank you, President Shaw. It's getting late. It's 8:45.
Yeah.
So,
would you?
oh, that was bad. So last month, I had an occasion to speak with a constituent of mine who recognized me from a prior political race that I ran in. And I really wanted to put this item on the agenda. The five of us and the staff don't ever really get an opportunity to speak as a collaborative group. It is my opinion and request that we talk about what efforts can we make as a group to reach out to our constituencies in Orange County. I'm going to speak for myself. I have a constituency, a large percentage of which do not speak English. Many have very, very low levels of education. They are trying to better their children's lives. I see it all the time when I walk and I have conversations in my community. They don't know what their educational options are. These are parents that are hungry for information, and they just don't know how to get it. I looked, for example, at our website, and Renee was correct. There is a Google Translator at the very bottom right of the website. And if you don't speak English, you may not see that the little box at the bottom. And I really am I'm asking the staff and us as a collaborative group to just start coming up with ideas. One of them I'm going to ask the staff to implement is to put that box right at the top. Some kind of box that says Espanol, English, to give somebody a clear option right at the top of the website that they can have that document translated. But the translator, I went through it, it's actually pretty good. Okay, it's not bad. It's actually pretty good. So I am not going to ask for the web pages to be specifically interpreted. I think that the Google translator that is being used is actually pretty good. The next comment that I have is this month, the staff put out a really, really nice email. It was really, really well done. And I have to commend whoever put it together, the Media Services Department, about charter schools and the options that we have. How do we get that email into thousands of families who may not be on the OCDE's email list? So how can we as a group get that email out? And then the last thing I want to talk about, and again, I just want to open up the floor, is to a discussion, is what do we do for the families that don't have computers and that don't have internet? There are thousands of them in Orange County. Is the answer that we have a mailer? A mailer with this information? Who puts together the mailer? Those are the three things that I wanted to talk about. So now I just wanted to open up the floor to comments from my colleagues on what we can do.
Well, I agree with you. The email the department put out I thought was very, very excellent. And I was saying, well, I was sharing that around with people as well. You know, one idea I've seen, I don't know, people like to put magnets on the refrigerator, and like, you know, at when I was on the city council, we had a magnet with a bunch of information about the city, and people just kind of put it there and had that as a reference. I don't know if we could distill very much information onto that, but refrigerator magnets is one fun idea to have, I think.
I like it.
So we've been talking about this for quite some time, and how to get to that professional level of communications with our constituents. And I agree that we should work together. I agree that we should do something. How we implement it, I don't know. I know that the county supervisors have a method of communicating with their constituents. Our own good superintendent has his way of communicating with his constituents. We just don't have it. And so I think we need to go along that line, what we do and what we implement. I'll support whatever. If you want to take the lead, I'll support you.
Well, the question is, what do we do for the families that don't have internet and email? Because I can brainstorm an idea of asking the staff to get all the kids' emails at all the local boards. I don't know if that's possible, but I mean that's a pretty big email list to send out with the information on school choice, charters, giving people the knowledge about their options. But it doesn't really satisfy or address the constituents that we have that don't have computers and don't have internet.
What about providing each district with a handout, first day of school or first week of school, it goes home with, other literature? That would be one way to access every family, regardless of whether they have internet, with our message. And I think it's much more cost effective than a magnet. I love the idea, but I think, a huge county versus a city is probably out of our budget. And I think a mail is very expensive, but if we could do some type of handout that would go home with families, whether, like I say, the first week of school, whenever that is, I think that
I like that. Does Nina, do you have any ideas? Renee?
I don't have ideas right now, but I'm.
Why not? Why not? It's only 8:45. Come on.
But that same flyer.
I'm taking notes on the things that you all have brought up, and I'll also refer to the recording so that when we're meeting, I did indicate to Trustee Valdez, based on his communication to me earlier, that staff would meet and have some conversation around this. And so we have had some dialogue. We did take a look also, as you mentioned, on the website with regards to the translation box. We recognize it's not in a pronounced location, and so we've dialogued about moving that and looking at making it larger. So that's something that our team's already looking at. So
Great.
just want to let you know that. But with regards to outreach to families and students that might not have internet, I know that's been a discussion that, superintendents have had, in terms of communicating with, these families, how we get information out and so forth.
Well,
Trustee Barkey's idea is, a good idea. The challenge is for some schools start next week. We could not have documents ready by then.
Right. Well, yeah.
And so I'm just,
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of
So maybe-
moving forward,
Maybe it's
trying
like
to
the day
dialogue.
after Labor Day, or just sometime. I just think it might be a very cost-effective way to do a massive distribution.
But it just depends on what you're wanting to distribute. If it's a document that's already been prepared, and thank you for acknowledging staff with regards to the news break and the article on charter schools. Ian's staff and worked with Araceli to come up with all of that information and so forth, and I thought they did a fabulous job also, so appreciate the acknowledgement from the board. And it is good information, we think, for people to understand. And so in terms of, we can certainly post it on the board's website, we can post it on our website, but again, there are people who won't have access to that, so.
I mean, the other thing I was thinking is maybe even if it's not too expensive, maybe just a quarterly update. So, January, like March 30th, June 30th, September 30th, and December 30th, because that's all, I think people, or maybe not December 30th, maybe January 10th.
I don't think a quarterly update is necessary. What I really want to see, I really like the handout idea, because those kids got to come to school. So you can hand them something that's going to go back to their parents, okay? And so I really like that idea. And you can send the bulk mail to the school district and have them sort of distributed among the schools if they will do it. I guess that's my question.
That is the other part. And certainly we can have Dr. Miramonte's dialogue with the superintendents with regards to, if we can get some agreements with regards to disseminating information. We can certainly get it to students in our program. That we can do that. But in terms of whether or not, we'd hate to mass produce a whole bunch of documents. And districts have lots of material that they're trying to get out there. But in terms of, if it is, good information, meaningful information, then I don't see any reason why that would be blocked. So it's just a matter of,
Well, I think two things. I think, one, we prepare it for that, but we have a backup plan. If you talk about dissemination of information, dissemination of messages, you got to meet people where they are. Well, we know they're at school. Okay, we know many are, unfortunately, because of the digital divide, don't have access to computers and so forth. But where do people go? They go to malls, they go to churches, they go to OC Fair. So if we had a pile, in addition to the ones you let's say we have a one-pager both sides, and it has the most pertinent information that we want, right? And we approve it, okay? And then we go where people are, and we hand it out to families. In addition, so we distribute to the districts. Maybe they're going to distribute, maybe some won't. But you always have a sort of backup plan for the A method that you want to do, and you meet people where they are, where they gather.
I mean, do you guys think that if the Orange County Department of Ed asks a district to distribute a handout to a family that says, these are your intra-district options, you can request another school, inter-district, you can request another school, and the charter school options, do you think they're going to distribute it or not? I mean,
Maybe if it's a small paragraph at the very bottom.
No, they're not going to distribute it.
That's why I think we need to think about Plan B as well.
Well, then Plan B would be a mailer. I mean, we have, as Trustee Shaw previously mentioned in a prior meeting, our reserve budget is like $150 million right now. It's more?
184 point something. Is that right, Renee?
But I think some of what you all are discussing are things that fit under the parameters of what Mr. Rowland was just talking about. So I think, I think it behooves the board to get a policy in place in terms of, how they want to format that, how they're going to, because you're talking about utilizing services and we don't have a process to get the information or for the board to say, in terms of what their priorities are of what information you want to disseminate and how frequently you want to disseminate. And so I think that falls under the conversation that we were just having and the conversation that we had with the executive committee. So I think some of what you're talking about really fits within those parameters. And so maybe we need to do first things first and then move into this, unless there's some urgency around something specific.
There's nothing urgent regarding something specific. Can we keep this?
There's nothing urgent, but we've been talking about this for 2 years. And in our meeting, it's getting kind of to a point where I'm tired of talking about, is it urgent or not? No, we need to do something, okay? And we need to do something at least once a semester.
You know what I kind of like? I kind of like September, like 30th, once they're back in school, and then in June, reminding them right before they leave for the summer and are considering options for the next school year.
I like that. Yeah, we start with something simple that's easy to implement, that's bite-sized, that we can do. We can do that. We can do a 2-pager that we push out once in the fall, once in the spring. Let's start with that.
Okay. To be continued, I think.
Can we keep this as an item on the agenda so we can talk about it?
We'll keep talking about it. All right. In announcements from the superintendent.
Somewhere, I do have some announcements. Your next meeting is Wednesday, September 6th at 5 o'clock. Submission deadline is August 23rd, and board packets will be delivered on September 1st. I will remind you that you have 2 meetings in September. You do have a special board meeting, which is your forum, on September 20th. And so we will have on the next agenda format and information for the board to consider and approve. Also, we've met with conversations that we met with the executive committee. We talked about board chambers and creating a different environment for the board so that you all would have some places to put things if you wanted to leave them and so forth. And so I do have some lockers. Vice President Sparks, who was president at the time, had thought that maybe giving each of the board members a locker that would be attached to the wall in the chambers would be something that would be beneficial, so that if you wanted to leave materials, you have your drawers, but they're small and compact, and or if you were coming to the department and you were meeting with a constituent or somewhere, that there might be materials that you had here that you could access and so forth. So I have just pass those around. We don't have to decide or do anything right now, but wanted to share those with you so that you can take a look at them. There's a small and then a larger one, and we can talk about the size and or if that doesn't meet your needs, then we can talk about some other options. But I wanted to share with you the conversation that I had with the executive committee and also the solution to answer the question that they brought forward.
So what were the different measurements of these 2 different lockers? Do you have the different measurements?
I just gave you all of my handouts. Renee, do you still have? Was there an extra one, Mary?
Yes, there was.
Okay, Renee, you want to grab that and go to the mic?
Basically one on top and one at the bottom. And then there's one where they would have 3, and so those would be smaller lockers and still up to that 60 inches. And so we thought that way there would be a nice top on it, and you could still put things on there if you wanted to.
So each locker would be what size then?
If you would, so the smaller one would be 18 inches by 36.
That's the square one?
That's the square one, and the other
It's on the
one
second
is
page.
36 by 12.
36 by 12.
I got to be able to put a suit and tie in there.
Yeah.
In case I'm ever.
You would probably need the 36 by 12 would be my
Yeah.
guess then. Although you may want shelves or something in there. I mean, that was the other thing is you could put in the larger one, you could put a shelf, so it allow you to put
Well,
more things.
36 by 12, so if you had a 15-inch laptop that you wanted to store in there.
It's 36 wide, I believe. Not sure I'm reading this
The
correctly.
larger one, you could put a laptop, but
in.
the smaller one.
I think would be
t-
more difficult.
So the larger one we need then.
I think the larger one aesthetically would look better,
Okay.
honestly.
Okay, and it just goes against one of these walls. It's just, you guys don't see our room back here. It's small, but
Yeah.
but we don't have anywhere to put our stuff.
Right.
You know?
And
it
everybody
just-
have their individual keypad, so they
Yeah, we'd
could-
have individual keypads for privacy. And, you know, when we meet constituents, we have a place to meet and we have a place for our stuff. I mean, you know, not that much stuff, but 36 by 12.
So we can talk about that, and if you all have ideas or thoughts, you can email me and let me know what you think about those. We don't have to take time to do further discussion tonight.
All right, was that it?
That is it.
That's it, okay. Legislative updates is, I think, next.
No, I passed on.
Okay, so.
Second time.
All right. And committee reports, one thing I did want to ask you guys on the charter school page, which I think is really nice that we have all of the charter schools that we have on one page of our website. I think I'd asked if we could get the charter school forum that we held, maybe a link to that meeting put on there, I think would be.
Oh, I love that.
Would be a good information source as well.
Yep, yep, that would be great.
Remember, we had our special forum on charter
Yeah,
schools.
it's listed under your meetings, and you want that moved to
I think
on the
if we
page,
have the link on the charter school page, that's been-
just so that there's a link
Yeah.
to. Okay.
I think that should be pretty easy and would be helpful. Any other, let's see, we'll go to board member, or any other committee reports? Seeing none, we'll go to board member comments. I'll start over here. Mary?
I think I'm good today, thank you.
All right. Dr. Ken?
I said a lot today.
All right, you're done. All right. Dr. Lisa?
I just survived climbing Kilimanjaro 19,431.
Some of you may not know that, yes.
So I'm here. That's it.
She sent us pictures, it's true, or unless you were doctoring them.
I wouldn't
but,
recommend it. Hashtag never again.
Trustee Valdez?
Just wanted to dispute again some of the public comments at the beginning of the agenda, beginning of the meeting. We do not engage in a hate agenda. I certainly do not. I do not roll my eyes at people making public comments. You know, somebody said that. And at the same time, you know, there was one speaker tonight who was really, offensive, who said, I think I got him down saying heterosexuals are superior. And I just found his comment particularly offensive. Whether you are LGBTQ or not, really, in my heart, I treat everybody the same. And he clearly does not. And, to me, he's part of the problem, not the solution. So that's all I wanted to say.
I would just add to that, basic persuasion theory. If you want to convince an audience of something, using inflammatory gaslighting type language isn't going to get you where you want to go. So I would hope that we enjoy public comments. We want to hear from everybody, and we want to hear your opinions. I would hope that you can say whatever you want to say and however you want to say it, but I'm just saying if you want to persuade people, that's not the approach. And you might want to tamper your approach.
And President Shaw, I know the theme that we keep on hearing is that we don't want to meet with them. Could you please put into the record your efforts to meet with this group?
Sure. I guess if you want me to. I was receiving emails inviting me to meet. In my mind, a meeting that would be different than this, I thought should be a group of people I said no more than 10 people. So I was willing to meet with representatives of the group. But I thought to keep it a meeting versus
Rally?
just a big rally, we should limit the numbers somehow or another. So I thought 10 was pretty accommodating, and they declined that. So they wanted to have unlimited numbers of people and me. Which,
That's not really a meeting.
that
anymore.
didn't feel like as much of a meeting to me. So my offer stands if anyone wants to come and talk. But in order to keep a dialogue going and have it feel like a meeting, where we can speak candidly, I think it would be important to not just have an auditorium of
And
people. So
I'll make the same offer
okay,
for myself.
very good. So look, when I worked for almost 8 years for a member of the state senate. I worked for a number of years for the governor of California. I had meetings with people that did not agree with me or my boss all the time. So I'm not hesitant to have a meeting with those I may not ultimately agree with. But obviously, anyone who wants to come in and talk to us once a month, the mic is yours. So we're not hiding from anybody. Like Lisa said, we welcome public comments. And in that spirit, we have one more public comment. So Bill, is Bill here? We're going to have a comment from Bill. Bill Masters? Bill left. Never mind. Sorry, we went a little long. So I guess we'll get Bill next time. So unless there's
Motion to adjourn?
anything else?
Second.
We can adjourn. All in favor. Good night, everybody. We'll see you next time.